All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the Red Star Social live stream here in Austin, Texas. We've got another great stream lined up tonight. We are just getting the players here at the table, getting going. I'm going to see a pretty great lineup of familiar faces, similar to the lineup from this past Sunday, if you were watching with us. And we have Selena in the box tonight, dealing the cards. You're going to see me walk in here shortly as well and give a little spiel to the players. But we get started here in just a moment with 6 players, I believe. And then everybody is here now playing at the table as we are on a 30-minute delay between the cards getting read and you seeing them on the YouTube. And I am your head commentator in the booth tonight. Happy to be back from a bit of a hiatus away from commentating the stream. I was out playing some tournaments for a little while and then doing some family vacation type stuff this last week. Missed a couple streams as well, and I am happy to be back. And I do have a special guest with me in the booth tonight. Is a player that you guys all know and love here on the Red Star stream. I have one and only Mr. Garrett Wilson in the booth, going to be doing some commentary. Garrett, tell the people hello.
Hey there, Mixon. Hey there, Red Star audience. Thank you very much for having me, and appreciate being on the stream these last few weeks, these past few months. Always a fun time. Glad to be here in the booth with you, and looking forward to some good poker. This game is always an action game. We got some really interesting players in the game. We're playing some fun side games, and each week is always good, fun action. So sit down and wait for some big hands to unfold, and I'm interested to see what the biggest pot is going to be tonight.
I'm thinking, I'm going to ballpark, but I will say 4,800. I don't know if we'll see a 5K pot tonight. What are your thoughts?
That's probably where I was going to set the line. It's probably right about 5,000. I'm going to take the over. I think Professor is going to be coming in hot this week. He wants his money back from Honest Abe and from some of the other players at the table tonight, so I think he's going to have a good chance to break that pot size tonight. But one of the things that I really love about this game is that we do play some fun side games, some things like the 7 deuce game and the nit game. So maybe just real quick for the audience, we'll kind of give a breakdown of the game in general. As you can see, we got our blinds out there, 1, 3, and then we do a mandatory $10 straddle. That definitely gets the action going. And we're also tonight going to be playing the 7 deuce game, which basically means if you show 7 deuce and you win the hand, either at showdown or by getting everyone to fold, you're going to pick up $25 from each player. So that's a pretty big bounty, a good time. And then, Mixon, you want to tell the audience a little bit about the nit game that we're playing tonight?
Yeah, the nit game is pretty standard for what we do week after week here. Is if you lose the nit game, you're going to be paying the tax. In the next hand, it will be a splash pot, as we do see the action getting started. Garrett C. immediately flopping 2 pair with ace-3.
Yeah, we got Flat White leading out into him for a big size here. He was the pre-flop raiser, and Garrett C. just having a hand that he's never going to be folding.
No, not at all. And I was looking in the chat, bunch of Flat White fans in there already as we were getting started. But no, so the player that loses the nit game will pay that nit tax, and we'll start with a splash pot of $100 and an extra $20 on top of that going to the dealer. So $120 coming from the loser's stack. It will be up for grabs in that splash pot, and it will progress throughout the night. They'll add $20 to it, I believe, every new iteration, of the nit game.
Yeah, and that's one thing I really like about the stream, and the fact that the progressive nature of the nit tax, it gets bigger as the stacks get deeper. The nit tax needs to have more of an impact on players. So unfortunately, the last stream we had the record set for the biggest nit tax, and I was the one who ended up paying it. But Still a lot more fun when the tax gets bigger over time, and I think that comes more into play when we get deeper stacks later in the game. So we got a hand developing here where Professor is going to raise King-Queen offsuit on the button. He's going to get a call by Philly Murph in the big blind with Queen-Deuce suited. Leeortz is going to get out of there with his ace-9 off. And we're going to go to a flop here, about $120 in the pot. We're going to see an ace-high flop. One club on there for Philly Murph. You know, Philly Murph has got what we call the classic backdoor, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. On a board like this, when the Professor is the pre-flop aggressor, you're going to see him betting a lot here.
Yeah, definitely a good board for Professor to continue on. Philly Murph, though, definitely able to have the 10s and 3s more so in his range than Professor would.
Yeah, and you can see both players turning a pair here, and because of that, Professor does have showdown value, so he's going to check it back. He's going to see that sometimes Philly Murph's going to have an ace in his range. Sometimes he's going to have a 10, so he's not going to bet the turn there.
Yeah, and Professor does get there with the jack making Broadway, and he's going to bet an overbet to this pot here, about 425, goes 2x, and that's going to get the job done. Philly Murph not interested any longer in that pot.
Yeah, and I do like the bet by Professor there. You know, I think that's, you know, it's going to be difficult to get called by many hands on that river. You know, you're hoping to get called by something like 2-pair. You know, Philly Murph just called in this pot, so maybe he's going to have Queen 10 or Jack 10 there on the river and think the Professor's bluffing for that big sizing. Obviously, it didn't work this time, but sometimes you bet big and, you know, you hope that your opponents make a hero call.
Yes, and we see one of our stragglers coming through the curtain there in the background. Mr. Stein going to be sitting in the 3 seat, and I'll just wait for the other 2 players who are close by before I go around the table and do the introductions, really, as we move on into hand number 3 on the night.
Yeah, looks like we got Abraham. He is going to be limping in here with the 9-8 off. You know, Abraham is a player who just played on the last stream. I got to play with him. He definitely has a different strategy than most players, and he, I think, ran really well last time and played well too. So he's limping in here from early position, which I saw him do a couple times last time. We got some people with some real hands in here. Professor raised behind him with the 8-5 of diamonds, but then we got Philly Murph making the flat call out of the small blind with a real hand, pocket 10s. And Abraham's buddy, Garrett C., is calling in the big blind with Jack 8 suited. So we got a bunch of people going to a flop, $170, and we could see a lot of action flops here. See some middle card flops.
Okay, starting with a jack. Good start for Garrett C. Pretty good start for Professor as well. Flopping a gut shot straight draw there. Backdoor diamonds as a possibility as well.
You know, I always got to root for Garrett. He does share my name, so good name and a good player last week. Played pretty tight, and you know, this week he hits a top pair and comes out and bets it.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with Garrett and Honest Abe, and I didn't get a chance to watch the stream this past Sunday. So Professor, not a bad turn card there as he picks up a few more outs, but Garrett with top pair picking up a flush draw as well. Philly Murph is in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, let's just say that 3 is an action card. When you're the Professor and you're calling in the cutoff next to act with the 8-5 of diamonds, and he does fold to a pretty big size, and that's pretty reasonable given.
Yeah, that size, what was that? Just a little over a third pot, basically. And I mean, there's no reason this early in the stream Professor's thinking to really chase those hands like that to open into straight draws when there's flush draw on board, because he's probably thinking there's a good possibility 3 ways right now, and he still has Philly Murph behind him, that even if he does hit one of his straight outs, if it's one of those spade cards, it could be just absolutely dead. And we see the final 2 players arriving at the table, and Selena throwing out some nit buttons. So I'll go around the table right now as we start first hand of the nit game. Actually, let's pick a couple players. Who do you think is going to lose the Nick game? We'll each pick 2. I'll let you get first pick, and then I'll go 2.
I'm going to
and
go with
last.
the favorite, which is going to be Stein to lose the Nick game.
Okay.
Stein is a tight player, so.
Okay. I don't know much about these other 2 new guys. I know Professor wants to play. I know Keller wants to play. I think I'll take Philly Murph first, and then I'll go Leeortz.
Leeortz, okay. I think it's going to get down to Will and Stein sometimes. And, I haven't seen Garrett play a ton in the Nick game, so I'll be interested to see how he plays it. But, there are some players that really tend to get after it in the Nick game. And Leeortz is going to be one of them. And it looks like the first hand of the Nick game, he's coming after it with ace-3 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah, he is one of them, but sometimes it just doesn't go our way.
So we got Philly Murph. He's limped in here on the button with 7-6 suited. Honest Abe with a mystery hand. When Abraham, when he limps in here, he's generally calling. I've seen that to be his strategy so far. So he does make the call here. We don't see his cards just yet, but I'm imagining Philly Murph's going to come in too.
Yeah, Philly Murph, after limping in with a hand like this and being in position on the button, definitely not going to be folding with nit buttons out there now. So
I mean, it's the hand that all the kids are playing.
Oh
right?
no,
7,
man!
6.
I made a bad choice on my picks. if my 2 picks are going into the first pot together, this is not good.
I am interested to see how Philly Murph plays this. He has a very, very strong hand on a board that there's not a lot of hands that he can be up against that are also going to be very strong.
I think I'd like to see him check back. Yeah, he does check back.
I
I kind of like that here.
Yeah, especially in the Nick game, you want to incentivize your opponents to bluff. You don't want to raise the red flag and tell them that you have a very strong hand.
Absolutely,
So
and it is working. We see Leeortz counting out a bet right now, and it's gonna be a big one.
Yeah, Leo's going with a big sizing here, and if you're gonna start a bluff with ace high here, I mean, I do think using a big sizing is good. You want to be folding out some pairs, but I think the only pairs you're gonna get to fold here are gonna be beneath a 10.
Yeah, something like 7s, 8s, perhaps, but.
And you can see Philly Murph just goes with his hand here, puts it all in. There are some draws on the board. I think since there's no flush draw on the board, I could see calling there too, but Philly Murph.
Really just King Jack, Jack 9, 7 8, 8 9 kind of.
Exactly.
kinda
Some
hands,
straight draws
really, yeah.
that, I think your 7 maybe interacts a little bit with. But yeah, obviously getting out of the Nick game early is really big.
That's more key than getting the most out of that pot, which I think really he is getting the most out of that pot. The only unfortunate thing about his shove there is when Leeortz's bet gets called by Honest Abe there, Honest Abe can show up with the boats. He can have the queen 6, pocket 10s, pocket queens, 10-6. Like we're really not accomplishing anything by shoving there. I don't think and I think that we can probably just make the call rather.
So Philly Murph gets out of the Nick game first, and we got the $20 straddle on this hand. On the last Sunday stream, there was a lot of that. A lot of $20 straddles, sometimes the 40. So
love to hear that. And he's picking up pocket 7s very next hand.
yeah, Philly Murph's going to limp in here, and I think his strategy is going to be try to make a hand with 7s and then catch a bluff from one of the nits.
Yeah.
7s can be a hand even in the Nick game where players might put it in lighter than that. You can see Daniel here, Lateralus.
Making a move. He's got his signature buy-in, by the way. His signature $400 buy-in. Well,
and if this gets back around to Philly, I would like to see Philly raise here just because Daniel has, Lateralus has such little amount behind. He does kind of have to worry about Leo, but since Leo's limped here in the small blind, his range is going to generally be pretty weak.
It's very capped here.
And this is a very good play.
Very nice.
This is a good play by Philly.
Might just work. Lateralus probably not putting it in with 8 high.
You don't think so?
Even as committed as he is right here, I just don't think that we're ever.
If there was one player at the table who might
perhaps
be tempted to do
well,
it.
I mean, I'm not saying that I've not done worse than this even, but Lateralus too smart of a guy. He knows that 8 high is probably at best like something like 40% equity in this spot, and
you can see I'm surprised to see he has as much equity as he does. He's got 33%, I guess, with the one over card. Yeah, I mean he bet a size to where he can fold and still play the Nick game and still
exactly, and still have the short stack and not lose too much. Like I think he'll be folding here, but he might just say, "Let me see if I can hit." Also, and try and get out of this Nick game pretty quick to start the stream.
If I'm Daniel, if I'm Lateralus here, I'm wondering, what does Philly Murph's range look like? Is it a lot of pairs like this, like 7s, 8s, and 9s? It may be some hands like Ace King and Ace Queen, which he can be doing okay against, but obviously...
Yeah, those are really the only hands, right, that he does have the good equity that I really talked about. Like in best case scenario, he's 42%, something like that. And, but even then, it's not really all that great. So
here's the cool thing is that we're playing this game, and the only reason Lateralus is even thinking about it with 8 high is because the Nick game is on.
Yeah, absolutely.
He sees that there's some dead money in the pot because otherwise he might eventually have to pay this bounty. So he was legitimately considering calling $270 with 8 high.
I've definitely put my money in way worse with the Nick game going on, so can't blame him.
We got a $10 regular straddle on here, and Professor's going to raise it up to $30. Let's see what he's holding in the Nick game.
7-8 suited.
It's going to be a pretty good hand to raise from a lot of positions, and we'll see if anybody 3-bets him behind. A lot of nits behind him, but they're all getting out of the way pretty quickly. Keller is going to wake up with a real hand, and we're going to expect some more money to go in this pot.
Yeah, a couple of kings. Something like 110 probably is what I expect.
Yeah, I think anywhere between 100 and 125 is pretty good. 100 is pretty good. Oh, yeah, he does go 125. You know, the Professor is raising from a pretty early position, so you're going to think that his range is going to have
It's going to be a little bit stronger than, obviously, a later position like the cutoff. And Professor actually getting a flop that could lead him into the avenue of taking this pot down if he can keep up the aggression from early position.
And this is the fun thing about poker, right? Because Keller's hand is 98% equity, but it's also a board that's a little bit scary from him.
For sure.
He does just go ahead and bet it and then take it down. I think that's a pretty good play. If I'm Professor, I don't know that I'm going to fight back there that often.
No, we shouldn't be fighting back there all that often with the 7-8, but it can get a little bit dicey if, you know, Professor decides to try something. Even just calling sometimes there. That board maybe not so much when it's 2 clubs and we're holding 2 hearts, but say there is the ace of hearts or the jack of hearts, and so we do have some kind of backdoor opportunity and decide to make the call for whatever reason. I kind of like, you know, in those spots we see flat white pick up kings again. Very next hand.
Yeah, flat white, a really good player, solid player. I've been playing with him a little bit this week. Saw him drag some massive pots. My thoughts on flat white's play is that he's pretty tight in general. Daniel's going to go ahead and 3-bet him here.
He won't be folding this time, I promise you that.
Daniel has a hand here that he is going to go with, and he's just going to run his equity with the Nick game money in there.
And before I get too distracted off topic, we're going to see this all in. Daniel's going to be looking for an ace and an ace only at the moment, but some other possibilities depending on what cards we see. We did see a king folded, I believe, from Leeortz. But before I get too distracted is that, so in that last hand, should Professor have just made the call for the small C-bet? There is the ace. Daniel in a very good spot now as flat white has only 1 remaining out, king of diamonds.
Yeah, that's huge, and here comes the second ace, unnecessary, but...
Changes nothing, but makes it look a little bit better.
Flat white looking for a king, can't find it, and Lateralus does take down the hand. And Mixon, you were talking about the last hand that Professor does raise
so
there with the 7-8
even if he just makes the call on the flop, right, alarm bells kind of start going off if you're in Keller's shoes and you have the pocket kings, there's 2 aces out there. It's like, realistically, what can he even be calling me with on the ace-ace-jack? He has to have the ace, and so if we're holding kings, we're a little bit Gonna have to play a little bit cautious, so.
Yeah, I think Keller navigated that hand well, and Professor is a player who will float you sometimes to bluff you. So well played
Absolutely.
by both players. Here we see Lateralus is going to drag this pot, and Will is ready. He was immediately ready with more chips, and he's going to be still firing to get out of that Nick game. But I see a lot of flat white fans in the chat, so unfortunate to see him lose this one. But I imagine that he's going to be getting involved here shortly to win some big ones.
I see a great comment from my friend Hiker Till Heaven in the chat saying, easiest job in the world? Flat white's barber.
Yeah, I got a comment in there saying, flat white is my dad. I'll make sure Will knows that after the game, that he's got a son in the chat. All right, we're going to have a couple nit buttons left. We've got Stein, Abraham, Professor. Will is still in the nit game, and then I think we got one more. I forget if it's Garrett.
I think Leo has his and Garrett still has his as well.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but I think they both do. So still 6 remain.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So when you're a player like Lateralis or Philly Murph in this situation, this is a good time to try to get involved with players that have nit buttons because you're going to expect that they're going to bluff at a higher frequency. And if you can trap them, you might be able to get their stack. So
Yeah.
you can see
Totally.
Leo raises here with 7-6 suited, which is a great hand to raise. Everybody folds, and in the nit game we call that a walk, and that feels pretty good when you can take it down and no resistance and get rid of your nit button.
Yeah, we're never mad at that, especially with a hand like 7-6. It's really great.
Yeah. And Leo is a fun guy to play with, very live and gives a good vibe at the table. So fun, good to see him win that hand.
I've been playing poker with him for a few years now, and always, win or lose, he's always fun to be around. And I think that this group of guys in general that's the case with everybody, barring the two newbies that I'm not really familiar with. But
Yeah,
they seem like nice guys, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I was playing with them last Sunday and chatting up with them, and they're fun guys to play with as well. So, yeah, it definitely helps when you're running hot, too. So, Garrett came in, though, and I thought he played pretty well, and he had a good time and gave some action. So, it's cool to have him on stream. And if you guys are watching the stream and if you're interested in playing, you should definitely come check it out. You can get in touch with Mixin through Instagram. That would be a great way to get on the stream, and
It's the best way to contact me. I've been a little off the radar in the last couple of weeks and have a little bit to catch up to as far as getting people in the games, but we're trying to get as many new faces on the screen as possible, as often as possible. So let me know.
we got a hand developing here where Garrett raised pre-flop. He's going to be the pre-flop aggressor, and Keller's going to call. And then we got this middling board comes out. I believe it was check on the flop. And now we're going to see if Garrett's going to start bluffing. He's going to check it back. Keller with a hand that I don't think he thinks he can win with.
No, but he kind of does just give Keller the rope to be the aggressor and put in the more money, and now we have to kind of defend against that if we're going to be checking twice like that, I think.
Yeah, if I'm Garrett here, I'm not sure if I'm ahead. I'm not sure if I'm behind. I'm trying to hit a pair, and then if I don't hit a pair, I'm hoping it goes check, and somehow I'm the winner. I can get away from the Nick game here, but yeah, I think it's a 6 on the turn, and then I think we're going to be waiting for the
6 on the turn, and it went check, bet, call, small, and then now we're going to see the river as these graphics do catch up.
We got a king on the river, and I'm not sure that changes a lot. That's a pretty big brick.
Yeah, it is. It really is, but Garrett's going to go ahead and rep it.
He's going to have
For
hands like
a pot-sized bet as well, so...
He's going to have hands like ace-king here occasionally. He might have something like king-queen of clubs as well, and I think that's a pretty good bluff. He goes ahead and flips it over. Little did he know he had the best hand.
Yeah, he had the best hand the whole time, so...
But in the nit game, when you come out and bet like that on the river, you have a nit button, your opponent doesn't have a nit button, it doesn't look like you're bluffing.
No.
It looks like your opponent is going to call you a lot. So, I think that's a pretty good fold by Keller. I don't think very often he's going to be able to get another bluff through. I think Garrett's actually going to have pretty good hands there quite a bit.
And that's really a hand also when we go back to just watching from the start of that hand, right? Even though we don't have a nit button, it's not really a hand that we need to get involved with if we're in Keller's seat. Jack 5 offsuit, sure we get to play in position sometimes when we're playing from the cutoff, but it's not really a hand that we need to worry about playing all that often as he looks down at aces.
That's the benefit of playing Jack 5 offsuit is you play that and then you are an action player, and then when you pick up aces, you hope to get paid off. So
this is true.
We got a 3-bet here to 125, and then Abraham is going to cold call behind in the cutoff with the ace-10 offsuit. That is going to be a tough spot for him a lot of the time. Sometimes his ace is going to be good there, but Keller's going to have dominating hands quite a bit. So we're going to go to a flop here. $300 in the pot.
He's just going to flop top set while Honest Abe flops top pair. Honest Abe is in trouble here.
And I really like this check by Keller. I think it gives your opponent a chance to stab not only with a jack, but also maybe with a hand like Queen 10 or King Queen.
Yeah, some of those things that just flat him, right? Yeah, King Queen, Queen 10, King 10.
I think unfortunately you're not gonna get stabs from like 9s and 10s and 8s, but those hands are probably only gonna get 1 or 2 streets.
Depends on the player, man. I mean, honestly, with the nit game going on, I wouldn't be super surprised to see a player stab with 9s or 10s there, right?
Yeah, and that's the dynamic that's going on here is that Honest Abe has a hand,
good
and
check
he's just
by
gonna
Keller
go all
again.
in.
Yeah, very good check. Keller gonna make the call and win this one. So,
Honest Abe has a hand there where when he's in the nit game, it's very difficult for him to fold. So when check 2, he's gonna go for value. He could get called by worse.
Top pair Broadway kicker is just like way too strong of a hand for us to be worried too much.
And like you said, Nixon, I think that's a really good check by Keller on the turn. When you got top set, you're blocking the top pairs. You're really hoping your opponent is bluffing. Obviously, in this situation, Honest Abe has got a hand where he is strong. He can get some value. I could also see Honest Abe checking back the turn there and maybe trying to get the value on the river. But
yeah, that wouldn't be absurd. But I mean,
the way he played the hand is pretty straightforward. And when you're trying to get out of the nit game, putting all the money in with top pair, I mean, usually that's going to be an okay strategy.
Yeah. Yeah, not really much to say about that. Realistically, ace 10 kind of one of those hands that is just on the cusp. And really annoying to be involved in big pots with, right? Like ace 10, ace jack.
Yeah, you don't expect to be against top set there very often.
And we see cumulative winnings. Keller up the most at the moment, up almost $800. All the other guys at the other end of the table, Murph, Garrett, and Lateralus, not too far behind him. Everybody else in the red. Honest Abe down for $1,000 buy-in so far. So off to a pretty hot start as we are winding down, trying to get rid of these last couple of buttons in the nit game. We started streaming at 7 o'clock, which is the time we shoot for every Wednesday night here at Red Star Social. You see us, you're here with us week after week on YouTube, and we appreciate that. So thank you again for tuning in again at 7 o'clock Central every Wednesday. And we also stream now. We started this at the new year in 2026. Also stream every Sunday as well, starting at 3 p.m. Central. So 2 streams a week right now. We get a lot of good action. We've been getting some requests about doing some other games because this is the bread and butter game is what we're calling it. It's just a 1-3 no limit Holdem game, and pretty much inevitably becomes a 1-3-10, basically a mandatory $10 straddle every week. And the buy-in structure is such that you can buy in minimum of $200, but a maximum capped buy-in for $1,000. So most you can ever buy in for is $1,000. If you have $700 in front of you, you can top up to $1,000 if you want to, but most you can ever buy in for physically is going to be that $1,000 range. And we will see as the night progresses, players getting up there in the $3,000-$4,000 range just from $1,000 buy-in, sometimes less, sometimes more with the extra buy-ins, as we see pretty nice flop coming out for both Philly Murph and Honest Abe here. So this is an interesting spot.
The way that this hand developed was Keller raised first, and he's trying to get involved. Getting a little squirrely with the 5-deuce off. He's trying to get involved with these nits. And right next to act behind him, Honest Abe 3-bet him 30-60, and Philly Murph cold called the 3-bet with 7s, which is pretty reasonable. Keller going to put in 30 more additional dollars pre-flop to see the flop with 5-deuce. And then you can see on this flop that these two guys are just going to get it all in. Honest Abe with the open-ended straight draw, and Philly with an open-ended straight draw of his own and a pair. And Philly's going to be a 2/3 favorite here.
Abe with the open-ender, but also has the outs by way of the jack as well. 10 would be no good, as Philly Murph has the open-ended straight draw.
That's right. So Philly Murph trying not to hit a set here. That's not going to change anything on the turn. And we got 9 outs going to the river for Honest Abe. Let's see if he can get there.
He does get there with the jack. So
he
Honest
rivers
Abe.
a pair, and I know that is not what Philly Murph wanted to see.
No.
I think that's a pretty reasonable play by Philly just to get it all in there against a nit. And he's got open-ended. He's got a pair. Of course, he runs into his opponent has a hand that he can go with. And Abraham's going to go ahead and take down this pot. Looks like Abraham's got about 500 additional. Philly's going to have to put in. So this is kind of the dynamic of the nit game is that, you know, sometimes the nits are bluffing and sometimes you can catch them. And sometimes they end up making the best hand and you end up paying them off. But either way, there's more action on the table. The game is more fun. Definitely having the nit game and the 7-deuce game on really bring the action to life, and especially in low stakes. So we've got a couple players left, and I did want to just make a comment about the VPIP chart. We saw it earlier. Stein with a 0% VPIP so far. I know he can dig his way out of that hole, but we can get you a hand to play, Stein. You got a nit button. I know you can get rid of it. It is Stein, the Professor, and Will in the nit game. So my prediction of Stein and Will being the nits is coming closer to reality.
Yes, absolutely. I did give you the first pick as the guest commentator, and I think we both would have taken Stein in the number 1 spot.
Well, I'm just giving Stein a hard time. Of course, Stein, a good buddy of mine, and also a commentator on the stream several times and a player, and a very good player. So to say that he is tight is true, but
he has been a staple in the Austin poker scene.
Yeah.
Plays a lot of cash games. Played with him a lot over the past few years that he has lived in the area. And a very good player, like you said, but occasionally you will see something that you did not expect to see from him.
Here's a very interesting hand that's developing. Lateralus, he does limp under the gun with King-Queen. And, knowing Lateralus a little bit, I imagine he was trying to go for a limp raise there. But with a couple people left in the nit game, just about everybody limped in, and no one raised pre-flop. That allowed Stein to get in for $10 with deuces.
And just flop the joint here with the deuces on the Jack deuce. I mean, incredible spot as we're talking about him. Just maybe we brought it into fruition here, perhaps. Leeortz with a interesting decision with threes, in my opinion, right?
I don't think you can fold just yet because the other card on the board is a deuce, and so you're not going to be counterfeit immediately on the turn, and you are up against the nit. But he does make a fold. Stein is, not going to just be betting with air all that often.
It's a really good fold with threes. The question is, it's not really all that much different than say sevens, eights, something like that. And are you going to be folding the sevens there, the eights there? I mean,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think Stein would probably be betting with some hands like ace high there that you're beating. But of course, any card that comes on the turn over 3 is going to be another counterfeit out on the river. And
yeah, we don't have all that much working for us for sure. That's why those low pairs are so difficult to play, because when you don't, flop a set or flop a full house like Stein did there, that they're just very difficult to play post flop, and especially in a 4-way, 5-way pot. It's like,
yeah. I like Stein's play there a lot to just call with the deuces pre-flop, set mine. He gets a good spot to get rid of his nit button, and he gets to play a hand, and his first hand is a full house.
First hand full house. That's a 100%
full house
frequency ratio. The full house ratio for Stein right now at the moment for hands played and full houses made.
And when you are flat white here and you get pick up king queen in the cutoff, and you're the last 2 in the nit game, this feels like aces to you. So this feels like a very strong hand. Philly Murph's going to call behind him with king 9 of hearts, which is also pretty reasonable.
Yeah, definitely a very reasonable hand to be making the call with. But Garrett C. coming in out of the small blind, the 7 deuce game is on, and he's going to play the 7 deuce as if it were pocket aces. He's going to put in raise, makes it a little small for what I would have probably liked to have seen. I probably would have gone something like 175.
And, I think the small sizing is going to tempt flat white here to 4-bet. He's going to think that Garrett is going to be weighted towards not the strongest hands like aces, kings, and queens.
Exactly.
Also, having king queen in his hand, he's blocking some of the strongest pairs.
He's blocking those ace queens, those ace kings.
And let's be real, the nit game is on. He wants to get out of it. He might not fold king queen for his whole stack.
It's going to get the job done. The good recognition from flat white there, honestly, to that sizing that Garrett made it.
Yeah,
I think. I mean, a lot of players do that kind of when they're very nutted, though, also, so you do have to watch out. But when you can pick up on it and when you're correct about it, that's a very nice feeling. So flat white fans in the chat, go ahead and give him your love.
Yeah, I think that was pretty well played by him. And, I think it's a good spot to raise, a good spot to 3-bet, especially when a nit opens. You expect the nit is going to be pretty light there, Will, because he does want to get out of the game. So 3-betting with 7 deuce, not a bad strategy. But, yeah, I would have liked to see a bigger sizing. Just want to shout out the chat real quick. I was asking where everybody's watching from. We got some people from South Carolina. We got some people from Daytona Beach Shores.
I guess Flat White must be from that area or something. He's got a lot of fans out there in Georgia and South Carolina, and
we got 38 people watching us live. I appreciate all you guys tuning in. This is Red Star Social. We're here in Austin, Texas, streaming twice a week, like Mixon said. We got 1-3-10 tonight, and right now we are playing the Splash Pot, which is where the nit in this last game, which I believe was the Professor. Is that right?
I believe it was, yes.
The Professor will put $100 into the middle, $120 in the middle, $20 goes to the dealer. So the players are playing for an extra $100 here.
That's funny. I almost picked Professor as my pick, but went with Leeortz instead, just because I just thought, Professor was probably going to be getting after it. He told me prior to the stream starting tonight that on Sunday, which I told you I did not get the chance to watch, but he lost like 5,400 or something, he said, on Sunday's stream. So bad night for him.
Yeah.
And I expected him to kind of come out firing, being aggressive. And now we see it after the nit game. He's going to fight for the money that he put into that splash pot himself with king 9 off, getting called by ace 9 off. And both players with the gut shot to the 8, but Professor the double gut shot to the queen, which he hits. So very nice card here. Honest Abe now the open ender as well to the king as well as the 8.
And I wouldn't expect him to fold on this turn to this sizing.
Should a king come, Honest Abe does hold the ace as well, which would be spicy, but no, just another queen.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard river for Honest Abe to call, but he is going to come out and lead for 300 here. And if you're the professor, you're sitting there with a straight, the board is paired, there is a better straight out there. I wouldn't expect your opponent to have ace-king very often. I think I'm going to go here for all of it a lot of the time.
And he does, yeah.
He does go for all of it just because you can be up against a queen, you can be up against the worst straight, and we do see that Honest Abe is going to call it off.
Call. He made the snap call.
That's right.
With just ace high.
Yeah, he's thinking his opponent has some busted draws. You know, I don't know if Abraham did tell me that he has been watching past streams and actually that he has been watching the professors play. Okay. That was something that came up on Sunday. Abraham actually said jokingly the professor is his hero in this game. And the professor, if you've watched some of these streams, he really goes after it in these splash pots. That's something that I've noticed. So Abraham is picking up on something which is true, which is that the professor is sometimes light in these splash pots. But of course, when you turn the second nut straight and you got the goods,
hard to get him to fold when he has a hand like that. And also when you have the second nuts and you're blocking not second nuts, but second nut straight, and you're blocking the nut straight there as well, holding the king in your hand. It's kind of like, probably just going with it. And
yeah, if you think back to pre-flop, Abraham limped in for $10. It's a splash pot, so you imagine if he has a hand that makes a full house on that board, something like Queen Jack or queens or jacks, that he's going to raise that pre-flop. Even a lot of the pairs he's going to raise pre-flop. So he's not going to have a ton of boats in that situation. That's good recognition by Professor. And he's not going to have a hand like Ace King to have a higher straight. So Professor does end up putting it all in on the river, and probably doesn't expect to get called by ace high, but does expect to get called by a worse straight or sometimes a queen. And I think that's a pretty good play by him. And to your point, Professor had a really rough run on Sunday. Specifically, he lost a big hand against me where he flopped a flush, and I ended up hitting 1 of 7 outs on him. And that was going to be a big hand to get him back to even or maybe even up a little bit. So I think he did play pretty well that stream, but just having some run bad, just like all of us poker players.
The bad side of variance, it happens occasionally. I know all too well, as I've been playing for many years, and we see a hand starting to develop now as we're discussing that. Keller, ace king, going to be putting a squeeze on from the big blind, makes it 150. I like this size with his hand.
Yeah, and if you're Philly Murph here, this is definitely an interesting spot. I wouldn't think Keller's going to be bluffing as a 3-bet a lot here because it is out of the big blind. Most players are just going to find a call in that spot.
A lot of players, however, though, to that point, do think it looks very bluffy when it is that squeeze from the small blind or the big blind. Kind of sends alarm bells like, is this guy just doing this to pick up, that dead money really that's sitting out there? And in this case, we can see, obviously, not. Keller definitely the type of player, though, that can choose spots like that and use them to his advantage. So Philly Murph did make the call, and we're going to see this Jack-Jack 6 flop. It was check, and another 6 on the turn.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty good card for Keller's range. He's going to have a lot of the ace highs, and Philly Murph on the flop checks. Not going to have a ton of jacks, and then he might have some pairs over the 6, but he's going to have a lot of hands like he has right here, which are just not connected to his pair.
Philly Murph needs a queen here. Or a jack or 6, obviously, to chop. But you'll see that those outs were very slim, and it does not come. So Keller the best hand now with his ace high on the Jack-Jack 6-6 board. Does bet 100.
Yeah, he bets 100 into 500 here. This is a pretty interesting bet. It's kind of block size, 20% sizing. Can he ever get called by worse? I think the answer is probably no. We saw Philly Murph basically as the next best hand that he could call with, and he doesn't there. But sometimes he might think that he's preventing Philly Murph from putting in a big bluff.
Taking control of that pot, putting in a big bluff, right? But the problem with that, when we have a hand like Ace King, in my opinion, then becomes if we do put out that block size bet on a board like that, and Philly Murph decides to spaz out and raise us and put a big raise out there.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, Philly Murph, who played this hand, calling us in position pre and then just checking flop and turn, basically. Or I guess there was a bet on the turn if I remember right. But
No.
regardless, just still that, you know, he then we can kind of weight his range toward having maybe a pair higher than sixes. Does he have something like sevens, eights, nines that he called with pre?
Right.
And now this is a spot where our ace high is like really in a tough spot to make a call. Can he just have a queen jack, king jack type hand even, where he did have the jack check back? Like, it kind of makes a lot of sense to have had played it like that if we were in Philly Murph's shoes.
So this is an interesting spot that's developing. Professor raised under the gun here with the ace-7 of hearts. Garrett called behind, and then Honest Abe called in the big blind with ace-king. Traditionally, a hand we'd see that you would 3-bet, but it's going to work out for him on this board where he's got Keller in a pretty bad spot with top pair.
Yeah, Keller absolutely dominated, looking for just a 10 now to take this pot down, or I guess a jack as well, excuse me. But
And Abraham is going to ask for all of it, and that's pretty reasonable. He played his hand a little bit tricky pre-flop, and post-flop, he really played it like he had a set.
yeah,
He came out and bet pretty big on the flop, and he was setting up this jam on the turn.
but definitely under-repped his hand pre-flop, like you mentioned, and so that does lead Keller to make that call pretty quickly with top pair and second best kicker.
And, I mean, I don't blame Keller at all. If you're Keller, you're not expecting your opponent to have ace-king here a lot.
No.
You are maybe expecting to run into 2-pair or a set occasionally, but there are a lot of draws on that board as well.
For sure, and I do want to give, looking at the chat, a couple shout-outs. We got Deborah Poma in the chat saying that they're new to the stream, and great job, guys, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Comment, thank you very much. We have been working hard here at Red Star. We have a great group of guys in the back doing all of the technical work and the visual work for you guys to give you guys an enjoyable product week after week. Please make sure that if you have not yet, that you are subscribed to the channel. We are busting our butts to try and get that subscriber count up, and we're on the verge of 600 subscribers in only just a few months, so pretty excited about that. It's a big milestone to be up
Someone
that
who
high
plays
already.
the game regularly, would definitely appreciate guys like you, Mixon, who are on here commentating. Appreciate the production staff. Guys like Sean, who put the game together. Selena, our dealer. Got a lot of really great dealers, a lot of great people working here at Red Star, and appreciate everybody in the comments. Definitely like and subscribe. The reason that we're out here is so that we can get some people watching and hopefully give y'all some entertainment. And we'll go ahead and get back to the action here. Garrett is going to limp in with a pretty good hand here. Queen Jack of Hearts. Leeortz also with a suited Broadway is going to raise to 35. Could go a little bit bigger there, I think, if you got Leo's hand, but I do like raising. Honest Abe with a call out of the small blind with Queen 10 off, and Stein's got a pretty real hand with King Queen in the big blind. He's going to go ahead and put in the squeeze. 3-bet. I think this is a really good spot to squeeze. You got to imagine that you could even have the best hand quite a bit of the time, but you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponents, and you're trying to build a big pot with a hand that plays pretty well post-flop against either one person or multiple people. I don't expect Leo's going to be folding here. You can see him grabbing chips already, and he does put in the call. Ace-10 suited, a pretty good hand to call 3-bets with, also being in position. I think this is a pretty reasonable play. Stein is going to be one of the tighter players, so I'm going to navigate this post-flop pretty carefully, but let's see how this board comes out. 8-7-3. This is going to be a board that's going to favor Stein pretty heavily. He's going to have all the over pairs. And Leo is occasionally going to have hands like 8s and 7s. I don't know if Stein's going to have many of those. But Leo, a lot of times, is going to have hands like the one he has. He's going to have suited Broadways. He's going to have ace-queen, ace-jack, maybe even ace-king sometimes. And then he's going to have hands like 9s and 10s.
Sure.
So when he has a hand like ace-10, it's probably one of the weaker hands that he can have. He can generally, I think, find a fold against a pretty strong range that Stein has. But as I'm saying that, you can see that Leo is not going to be folding.
He's counting out raising chips. It looks like he's just counting out his stack and going to be saying all in.
Well, yeah, I thought I saw him moving them forward, so I figured he was going to raise, but you're right. He's just counting them out. and he's deciding right now if this is the spot to go all in.
Because that's really his only option at this point, right? He's got a little bit more than 345, though. He does,
And he
very
does.
nicely.
This is actually a really savvy all-in from Leo. In this spot, I wonder how often he is going to be ahead. He does find a really good spot where he is clearly ahead here. His opponent can occasionally have some better hands that he folds to. I think Stein,
ace jack, ace queen hand is
might even
probably
be folding ace king in that spot.
Yeah,
I don't think
so.
Stein is going to fold nines plus.
Definitely not folding nines plus, but yeah, the ace X that beat our ace 10 for sure. I think he's pretty much snap folding. King queen, we obviously see the snap fold.
And that's a pretty spicy play by Leo. Gonna tip my cap to him there.
Very
Well
nicely
played.
done, especially with the diamonds. Unblocking the flush draws can be a little bit risky in that spot. You never know. Stein could have the same hand with spades in his hand, right? Like he could have ace 10 of spades and just we might have the same hand, but we're also absolutely dominated on this free roll or something. So
Yeah, when you're Leo in that spot, you know that you can be running into a brick wall.
yeah, but sometimes we just feel ourselves, or sometimes we just have that gut feeling and decide to go with it. And that's what I think we just witnessed here. We're witnessing some history in the making by way of Leo on the Red Star stream. Another big shout out in the chat to our most proud and my favorite of all of our Puerto Rican viewers,
Bruno.
Mr. Bruno. Shout out to him.
Don't be cheap.
Booyah! Don't be cheap.
Yeah, Bruno is a legend in the Austin poker community. We miss you, Bruno. Thanks for tuning in and watching. And
Super legend. I wonder, Bruno, did it get cold down there in Puerto Rico at all? Because I know, it obviously got cold here, last week or last week and a half or so. But when I was in Florida, man, Saturday, and I was in PCB on Saturday, and it was like 31 degrees outside, and the wind was blowing like 20 miles an hour, and it was that like just super real cold, like real brisk. The app said it felt like 15 degrees or 16 degrees outside when we checked the weather, but dude, it felt cold, for definitely the coldest I've ever felt in Florida. So
most people don't go to Florida to experience the cold. So we see the $20 straddle on here from Garrett. Love to see that. Love to see the action flowing. Imagine that we'll get into a Nick game here pretty soon. Usually the players like to take a little break between Nick games. Let some time to go. Let some time between games so they can go to the bathroom and go outside. And that way there's a little bit of a break to the action. We did see Professor in that last hand take one down with a 3-bet with King Queen suited out of the big blind. That was a pretty good play against a button open from Abraham. Yeah, I was jokingly calling him Ibrahim the other night.
And I've just gotten word, by the way, that we're at 599 subscribers now. So if you're listening right now and you are not subscribed, you could be the 600th subscriber. And boy, do we have a great prize for the 600th subscriber. I can't give it away, but
I won't say it either. I could easily say it, but I won't.
I'm kidding. There is no prize, but you are going to get the pride and joy of being the 600th subscriber. So if you are number 600, let us know in the chat. We're anxiously awaiting to see who this is.
And we've got a hand going down here where Philly Murph is in the third blind. It looks like Lateralus raised with sixes out in the field. Philly Murph, if the blinds get around to him, he puts in the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like Lateralus limped in this hand. And then when Philly Murph got the action over to him in the third blind, he raised with King 9 offsuit. Lateralus employing the patented limp raise technique with pocket sixes here. This is a hand that he's going to throw into this limp raise range along with some really strong ones like aces, kings, and queens. And then he's also going to have some pairs like nines and eights and some hands like queen jack. But in this spot, he's got a pair, and Philly Murph's got two overs, and they're just going to get the money in, folks. And this is what's fun about this stream is the Nick game is not on. 7 deuce game is on, but we're here getting it all in for $1,500 with a pair of sixes. So let's see how this flop comes out. Jack 7 deuce. Gonna be a good flop for Daniel. Turn 8 of diamonds. We got 10 outs for Philly Murph. And on the river's the ace of diamonds. So sixes are gonna hold. Lateralus is going to stack Philly Murph here. And this hand is truly a testament to how action this game is. The dynamic between these players has definitely been growing over the last couple sessions, and yeah, they've both seen each other play a lot of hands. I know Philly Murph has seen Daniel bluff and be pretty loose in some of these spots, so deciding to go with it there with King 9 offsuit and just flipping.
Yeah, you can't really blame him. I mean, it's a very nice spot, very welcome sight when we get to see that we've run into just sixes when we have King 9 offsuit, obviously.
Yeah, and you can see Daniel, when he put in that much money, he was snap calling when all the rest of the money went in. So interesting hand here, and let's see how these next hands play out. We got another viewer from Florida in the chat. Thanks to you guys for watching from all over the country. Seen some viewers each week from some different countries too, so I think we've got a little bit of a national and international following. Leeortz is going to get out of there from early position, and Lateralus is going to be next to act here with 9-7 offsuit. He's just going to be making change here for Philly Murph. Guys, make sure to tune in every week. We do run the stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. Sundays is going to be a little bit earlier in the day, and it's going to be a longer stream. And then Wednesdays, after you get off work around 7 o'clock, we're going to have the stream up and firing for you. Stein is going to be raising in the cutoff Queen 10 offsuit. I think that's a pretty good hand to be raising in a later position. And we're going to get a call on the big blind out of Garrett. Let's see if Garrett decides to mix it up in this hand. Haven't seen him play a lot post-flop. Interested to see how he plays. He does flop a flush draw here. Stein with middle pair and has the queen of spades, so some backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. It does go check, check on the flop. Not surprising from Stein. When you got a hand like middle pair, it's a good one to check and evaluate some turns. The turn is going to be the 3 of spades, which is going to give Garrett a flush, and you know, as expected, he's going to come out and bet his hand here. He's going to choose a pretty big sizing, 75, and I wonder how Stein's going to read this sizing. I imagine, you know, Stein is going to think that Garrett is a pretty tight player, that he's going to have a lot of top pair, things like King Jack in this spot, Ace Jack, Queen Jack, and sometimes a flush. So Stein calls pretty cautiously, and we'll see what the river is. We have the 7 of diamonds, and Garrett's going to get the check mark in this hand.
It's going to be a tough spot for Stein facing this size bet, because Garrett can have some better 10s and some better jacks for sure, but he can also have some Ace X, King X that hold the spade in their hand that missed on this river. It's a pretty blank river.
So I would say that, yeah, there is one straight does get completed. 8-9 gets completed by that.
Does make the call. Yeah, I'm not very surprised to see that he called here, because he's got a good bluff catcher candidate essentially.
Yeah, Stein has a good bluff catcher there. He checked back the flop, so he gave rope to his opponent to bluff. His opponent's definitely going to have some flushes and some straights in his range. I don't know how much Jack X his opponent's going to have on the river that he's going to have. He might bet a hand like Ace Jack or King Jack. I haven't seen Garrett play a lot, so I don't know if he's going to go for value with a hand like that on the river. But I think Stein is looking at his hand. He's got a pretty good bluff catcher.
We're blocking Jack 10. We're blocking Queen Jack, right?
Blocking the flush with the Queen of Spades.
We have the Queen of Spades. Like I said, I think there's some merit to the Ace X with the Ace of Spades, the King X with the King of Spades. Those types of hands. Not a lot of pairs that we do well against. I guess 8s and 9s perhaps. But,
yeah, I think Stein's expecting that he's going to lose there a decent amount, and that his opponent is sometimes bluffing, and he's going to win. We do see the second,
especially on a stream, right? Like people love to People
are
love to
going
play
for it.
hands on stream, and hand number 21 right now as we are getting underway. It's going to be another Nick game, the second Nick game of the night. The loser will be paying $140 total, 20 of that going to the dealer and 120 of that going to a splash pot. And if you're new to the stream or new to poker, we play this game. We call it the Nick game, and basically what it does is it drives the action in the game. Everybody gets a yellow knit button, which you will see out in front of the players as these cameras are panning around the table. And your goal is to get rid of your button as fast as possible. The way that you do that is by winning a hand and showing your hand. You have to show your hand regardless of when you win and take down the pot. If you do not show your hand, you will not get rid of your knit button. You will hold on to it and have to win another hand and hopefully remember to show that time. However, as we see the players win their hands and get rid of their knit buttons, we're going to dwindle down to those last couple buttons. The last player that is remaining in the game who holds onto their knit button will be the one that pays that tax. So it is a penalty for not playing hands and just sitting there being a statue, basically.
Yeah, and if anyone's ever played or heard of the stand-up game, you know, the Nick game is very similar, but instead of having people physically stand up, which can be tough for some people, we just give them a button and they can get rid of it when they win a hand and show their hand. You know, we got the first game of the Nick game unfolding here, and flat white turns top pair. Honest Abe does come out and start bluffing on the turn with ace high, which is something I've seen him do on a couple different hands before. And, you know, flat white going nowhere with top pair. He makes the call. The river is a complete blank, a deuce, and Honest Abe going for it again. This has been his MO every stream, is that he's playing big pots, and he's really
Quick
going for it.
call for flat white. So the flat white fans in the chat going crazy.
That's right. Let's hear it in the chat for Will, Flat White, a big coffee fan himself, and has earned himself the nickname Flat White for his.
I heard the professor was actually the person who gave him the nickname Flat White.
Exactly. Yeah, good person to get a nickname from, the professor. One of the more wittier people at the table. So, and we got some people in the chat talking about the weather in Florida being pretty cold, Mixon. So they're backing you up. That
our new viewer, Deborah Poma, saying that she's in, or he or she are in PCB.
That's right.
Actually, so that's I was just there. Got super seasick on Friday out on the water. It was not a fun time.
So Will was one of the last nits in that first nit game. He decides he's going to really fight for it and get out of it in this version of the nit game. And Abraham, too, putting up a real battle on that last hand and not wanting to give up with ace high there. So
I really like my strategy in nit games is really to, the first hand out of the gate, I'm going for it, right?
I think that's a good strategy. Yeah, I think when you win the Nick game early and get out of it, you have the opportunity to play a lot of hands where everyone else is the nit, and that lets you catch bluffs. It lets you gain some extra free money sometimes when other people are desperate to get out of the game. So winning it early has some good value to it. We've got a pretty big hand developing here where Philly Murph's going to raise on the dealer button with Jack-9 suited, a pretty reasonable holding, and he's going to get called in the blinds by Jack-10 offsuit with Leeortz, and Lateralus is going to flop the straight with ace-5 offsuit. And if you play ace-5 offsuit and look down at that flop, that is about as good as it gets. And
this hand isn't over yet, though, either.
Yeah.
Philly Murph with two spades in his hand. It's a very interesting spot for Lateralus. Does he decide to check? Does he decide to bet? I think I like a small bet, personally, something like 50. Like a quarter pot. He goes a little bit bigger.
You expect, when you're Lateralus here, you expect that this board is going to get checked back a lot by Philly Murph because he's going to have Broadway cards that are not going to connect with this board, and he's not going to try to bluff some players in the blinds who could have strong hands like straights.
Yeah,
so I think betting and donk betting is pretty good here. Of course, Philly Murph does have a hand that he would normally bet, and Philly Murph is not wasting any time putting more money in the pot. Buckle your seatbelts. If I'm Daniel in this spot, I'm definitely considering putting in more money.
I think we just get it all in at this point, right? If he's willing to raise us here, perhaps he has an overpair. The best case scenario, really, for Philly Murph is that he does have the flush draw.
Correct.
and doesn't have an overpair.
He has pretty good equity here. And Lateralus is going to choose to call, which, of course, is a good play, too. The only bad play here would be to fold. So he's going to evaluate a turn, and that is going to be...
Now it's just always going to get in because Philly Murph picking up the pair equity as well. He thinks anyway.
Well, that is going to be now a situation where Philly Murph can never fold because he can now be beating some hands that Daniel would just come out and bet on that flop. Something like 5s or 6s.
Yeah. Daniel checked, Philly Murph went all in, and we see the snap call before Murph even got the chips out there.
Yeah, and, Philly Murph still's got 20% equity, still has 9 outs here. All of his flush outs are live. On the flop, it's 60-40. It's... when the Nick game is on, this is a pretty big cooler. Top pair and a flush draw versus a made straight. So, and of course, seeing the 3rd jack on the river, I don't think Philly Murph is ever going to be getting away from this hand. So.
No, there's just no route in which he gets away once he's in there pre-flop, and you see that flop. It's, I guess really the only route would have been if he did raise. If Daniel bet and he raises and then Daniel rips. Maybe Philly Murph is just like, I don't have to chase my flush draw, but he already did have a lot of chips out there.
Yeah. The problem with folding in Philly Murph's spot, if Daniel did end up 3-betting all in on the flop, is that if Daniel has a hand like even 10s or 9s or 8s, Philly Murph has a lot of equity against that hand.
Absolutely.
Against an underpair or a situation where Philly Murph's got 2 overcards, the jack and the 9 are good, plus the flush outs. He's going to be almost an equity favorite.
We do see after that hand, Philly Murph down the most, $2,000 at the moment. On a save, right behind him, down $1,000, his first buy-in, basically. Leeortz and Stein, small losers. Everybody else in the green. Lateralus now the big winner after that hand, up almost $2,000 at the moment.
Professor doing well, up a couple $100, keeping in check, keeping off tilt, and we're gonna see. I know he's gonna be involved in some big pots. Probably a good time to mention that some of the players I expect to be involved in the biggest pots are Professor and Lateralus. They've got an upcoming heads-up match where they're going to be playing 2-5 against each other, and I think that every week it seems like they want to get involved. So we got Honest Abe limping in here from under the gun. He's been doing this with a lot of hands from early position. He's been calling a lot with these hands, and then Stein's going to get in there with 5s. I think these are reasonable hands to be in there with. We got Garrett. He's going to give it a go with the nip button and then on the button with ace-3 offsuit. Leo also making the call with jack-deuce suited. And Keller's not going to say no with king-4 suited as well. So we're going to go 5 ways to the flop with some speculative holdings. But we got a bunch of people trying to get rid of their nip buttons here. And I think that's going to be a good flop for a couple people. Namely, Garrett C is going to have a top pair. And
great kicker, but Stein does have the 5 of spades and holds the only spade at the moment.
Exactly. Stein having the most equity on the flop with the spade and the straight draw and a pair. Now the equities are going to switch more in favor to Garrett here with top pair once the turn is no longer a spade or anything that improves Stein.
Not going to slow Leo down, and Stein going to go ahead and make the call with the straight flush draw. So let's see if we can see the 3 of spades on this river. Would be a super interesting card for
Absolutely.
Garrett C. Stein obviously would hold nuts.
Or even like a 3 of diamonds. Well, there's the 6 of spades, and now it's interesting. Does Leo bluff at this? Because he bluffed on the turn. Yeah. He gets called in 2 spots.
He looks like he wants to count out chips. He was shuffling those chips behind his cards. He moves them in front. He decides just check.
To check. It's almost a suicidal bluff in some ways because his opponents can have a lot of single.
Yeah, they can just have
hands,
any spade really.
And you're playing the nit game. You don't expect your opponents are going to fold. Stein pretty happy to check it down here and get rid of his nit button. Gets out of the nit game.
I'm the type that if I bluff at that on the turn though, in Leo's shoes and the nit game's going on, I'm not going to slow down. I'm going to just go for it, even given the nit game. It might be suicidal, but how often it works almost outweighs the risk of that to me. And also, you look like a freaking badass on the stream. So,
yeah, absolutely. And I think, honestly, when there's 3 people in the hand at the end of the river, it is a spot where you can maybe bluff a little more because the other two players have to think you're pretty strong, bluffing into two players
Right,
on the river.
when
and
Stein calls that, right, on the turn, and he's
Next to
playing
act.
next to act and out of position to Garrett on the button, he has to consider, even if he's holding something like the jack of spades,
Right.
that he might just
Lose
be
to
dead
one of the players.
to if he's facing a bet in front of him and has that behind him to worry about. Like,
Yeah.
that's going to be a tough call with something like that. Like the queen of spades, he might probably just go with. King of spades, definitely going with. But the jack of spades, 10 of spades, those become like
Right.
very difficult. Yeah, very difficult spots.
So we got a good hand developing here. Leeortz raises king 10 off on the dealer button when the Nick game is on. That's a pretty good play by him. And Keller's going to call on the big blind with sixes. You could almost see a 3-bet sometimes with some of the pairs. Big blind versus dealer.
Yeah,
I
versus
think,
the button, I don't mind that for sure.
I think sixes are pretty close. I think with sevens or eights, I definitely would be considering it more. A pretty good flop for Keller's exact hand. You think that your opponent's not going to have a lot of sevens or eights. They're probably not going to bet a
He's got a
seven or
lot
an
of
eight for
Broadway
this
hands
size.
like this, obviously.
Exactly. You're going to imagine that their C-bet is generally just going to be with almost every hand they're playing. This card on the turn becomes a little problematic. Your opponent could have had a hand like Jack 10. They could have had a hand like Queen Jack that they were betting on the flop. And so a good check by Keller. He's going to evaluate what Leo decides to do here on the turn. And if you're in Leo's spot, when you bet the flop and you pick up this gutter, this is almost a must-bet spot. You are betting with king high knowing it's not the best hand. Keller can have a lot of 7x, 8x, and you need to put some pressure on him.
We need to put our opponent to the test, even when it feels scary and it's a risky spot. But Keller can also just have so much like ace 3, ace 4, like ace x type hands like that we want to fold. Like six is obviously a hand we want to fold. We want to put these players to the test.
Yep. Yeah, even a hand like nines here in Keller's spot is feeling a little bit worried right now because you could be up against all the overpairs, any Jack X hand. So we got to worry about some of those. But Keller is going to continue here, it looks like. And on the river, there's not going to be...
He's going to lay it down. There it is. There's the lay down. So nicely done by Leeortz assessing that. Still has a knit button as well, so probably another reason for him to go ahead and continue telling that story that he has a hand.
And that is just one of the aspects that I love of the Nick game is that you have to show your hand to win. So Leo shows his hand there, and Keller gets to learn instantly that his opponent was bluffing him. But of course, Leeortz had several outs in that hand, and
yeah, Leeortz definitely not. He's not going to be doing that. Like he's not going to be going bet in a hand like that. Probably with a hand that does not have some sort of equity.
Right.
Especially when we know our hand is pocket sixes. If we're in Keller's shoes,
Yep.
we know that we're in trouble to something. Like Leeortz is not doing that with pocket fives.
Yeah.
Like a hand that we just absolutely crush or something, right? So definitely something to consider is that, yeah, if we do make the call for 225 on that turn, what's the asking price on the river from Leeortz, right? It's going to be all the rest of his chips. More than likely, anyway.
I think that's exactly right. And I'm just going to ask in the chat real quick, is anyone voting or is anyone rooting for someone who's not Will? There's a lot of Will love in the chat, but we need some Stein love, too, and some other players.
Yeah, I know. Stein's wife often is in the chat on these Wednesday nights and the Sunday streams in the past, and she likes to get rowdy with us and be in the chat, talk it up. She was roasting Stein a couple weeks back when I was playing.
I think I saw a little bit of that, and this is a very interesting hand because Lateralus was going for the bluff pre-flop with 7 deuce. There was a bunch of limpers in front of him, and he raised it up to 60. Philly Murph was the only caller with king 7, and of course
he does check it over too to allow Lateralus to continue bluffing at this.
And this is a board that Philly Murph is not going to have a lot of very strong hands on. King 7 is going to be one of the pretty much the strongest hand he's going to have on this board. Maybe 7 sometimes.
Yeah, as played, he doesn't have a lot of aces probably in his range, really.
And if Lateralus didn't have 7 deuce here, if he had a hand like king queen, he'd probably be checking back. But because he has 7 deuce and he's going for this bounty, Now he's going to start bluffing, even though he has some showdown value. He's going to be trying to bluff Philly Murph off of a hand like King X on this turn.
And this is a super annoying spot now when we're in Daniel's shoes. When we put 300 out there, it's only 580 more for us to call, and there's already 1444 in the pot. I mean,
so if the graphics are correct, that's 580 to win about 2,000.
Right.
So, you're getting 3 to 1. I would probably be
seven
folding.
deuce is just not the hand that we're really caring about getting 3 to 1 on, right? Honestly, so
yeah, you can imagine there's about 200 more imaginary dollars in the pot if you win the hand.
Sure.
But your equity in this spot when you call is probably not going to be great.
No.
A 7 or a deuce, a lot of times are going to give you the best hand, but that's only 5
He
outs.
does make the call, and he's drawing dead. Daniel gonna give a little bit of action back to Philly Murph from. Like you said, we saw that earlier hand, and then there's been some other history in the past, this last month or two.
Yeah, and in all fairness to Daniel, Philly Murph, can have some bluffs in his range, like some backdoor clubs and things like that. So we do see a pretty big pot there, a little bit over $2,000 between Philly Murph and Lateralus. King 7 of diamonds coming through big for Philly there.
Yeah, I really like those suited king hands.
And, that's another thing about this stream, guys, is that we're out here playing the 7 deuce game, and sometimes that builds really big pots. Daniel has a pretty big incentive there to go after some dead money, $25 from each player. So that's $200 that he could pick up if he wins that hand. Of course, he runs into it against Murph there, but that is a very good board for him to be bluffing on, because it is difficult for Philly to have very many strong hands there.
Yeah, I am seeing in the chat now, we've got a Philly Murph fan and Patty Rosati, which sorry that your player just won a big pot. Not. We got a Leeortz fan, but I think one of the better comments of the stream so far tonight from Full Gov Name is,
that's right.
Sure, I'm rooting for their downfall.
And aren't we all?
As a flat white fan, I mean, I love it. That's a great comment.
Keller here picking up a good hand on the button. Ace-King offsuit. This is going to look like aces when you are in the Nick game and you're on the dealer button. So he is hoping for someone else to put some more money in, and Honest Gabe might do it with this hand.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to be calling, and he makes the call.
Queen 10 suited, very playable hand. It does get a little dicey, the fact that we have to play it out of position in the small blind when we just make the call here.
Yeah, some players will play a strategy where they don't really call a lot out of the small blind, where they do a lot of 3-betting, but I think, calling occasionally with certain hands is fine, and this is one of them. Keller's not going to love this board, but he knows he's going to be ahead of a lot of Honest Abe's range, and so he's going to make a C-bet. Pretty standard here. Going to take it down, shows his hand like a pro. Well done, Keller. He's going to get rid of his nit button. It's been a couple weeks since someone has forgotten to show their cards and held on to their nit button. So as you guys know out in the chat, you got to show your cards in order to get rid of your nit button. And if you forget to show your cards, you still keep your nit button and you're stuck in the nit game. And typically the last couple weeks we've been doing the same thing for the splash pot, so that helps make the game a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys. Keep watching. We got 40 people watching us live now. Some people in the chat.
Yeah, that's great. We're only an hour and 15 minutes into the stream so far tonight. We usually strive to give you about 4.5 hours or so on Wednesday nights. It's really been probably the average. Maybe sometimes slightly less, sometimes slightly more. But I start to crash out back here after like 3 3/4 hours, right at that 4-hour mark. That's about as long as I can really go.
Yeah, shout out to some of the GOATs, guys like Bart Hansen, David Tuckman, some of the guys who are really great commentators and who do this all day, because this is not a
You don't think
easy
about
job.
how difficult it is until you're back here, do you, Garrett? So
No. Well, I know you guys have been putting in some good work back here. We're seeing a hand develop where Garrett is going to flop top pair. He's got a nit button, so he's going to be looking to get out of the nit game. Leo's got a little piece of this board too with bottom pair and backdoor flush draw.
Flush draw. So,
and I like the situation that's developing for Garrett. His opponent snap calls him. You know, when you've got an opponent on a board like this, you've got top pair, you put in a bet and they snap call you. You got to imagine a lot of times that they've got a draw. And so he does go with a pretty big bet again. Leo's going to go ahead and get out of there. And, of course,
goes with the big bet. I mean, the turn's a pretty good card for him. I think that the jack pairing the board right there is a good card when we have a queen, and especially with like an 8 kicker, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Very welcome sight.
I think the jack is a safe enough card to continue betting on. You know, if your opponent has a jack on the flop, they may consider it a little bit longer. They may consider raising. But Leo, when he's got bottom pair or when he's got a flush draw or a straight draw, he made a pretty fast call there, which if I'm Garrett, I'm thinking I'm going to have the best hand a lot. So we've got a couple players left in the net game. One of them is Abraham, Honest Abe. And then whenever the camera turns here in a second, yeah, it looks like Professor's still
who lost the first net game. I think those are the only 2 left. So Professor at risk of being a nit yet again for the second time of this evening.
Looks like we got Leeortz' son in the chat, Andrew Ortega. I wasn't sure if that was true or not, but we do look like you are confirming that you are Leeortz' son. Watching your dad play some poker. Appreciate you following. Hoping your dad the best.
Couple small pairs going to be going to this. Honest Abe just making the call to the $20 straddle.
We got another small
Stein
pair
right behind him with deuces and flat white with 3s. So this could get spicy.
Let's see what Garrett does in the big blind. In the straddle. He's going to go ahead and check.
Oh, 5-4 of diamonds. Let's see a 5 come out.
A low flop would be pretty interesting here. We get more of a middling high flop and not a lot of interaction. Philly Murph is going to have the most interaction, and he's got 50% equity, and he is the only one that doesn't have a pair besides Garrett.
Yeah, he's got a really good hand here, to be honest, and especially now.
Absolutely
very
drills
easy
the
game.
Second nut straight on the turn. The only problem he's going to face is that no one has anything to call him with, so I do like the check. We'll see if somebody rivers a set. Nope. So I imagine that Philly is going to bet on this river, and I was
a little surprised to see Honest Abe check that turn back, if I'm being honest. He's still holding a nit button. Professor, the only one also with a nit button.
Yeah, I think that's why it's a good check by Philly, because he can get some action from some nits. And you do see that Honest Abe ends up making the call here. He decides to put in $40, knowing he's probably not going to be good a lot, but sometimes he's going to be good, and it's going to be worth it because he can get out of the nit game if he is. And am I right that it's just him and Professor in the net game now?
Yep,
is that what we
those
said?
are the only 2 remaining. Word.
All right, folks. Well, we're just getting word that I am going to go ahead and step out of the box, and probably you will see me on the felt here shortly. I've really appreciated Mixon letting me step in the box and do a little bit of commentary. And, you know, like I said, this game is really great, guys. Definitely appreciate y'all watching. Join us on the felt as soon as you can, and reach out to Mixon and get a spot.
Yeah, thank you a lot, man. You did a great job for your first time back here in the booth. I welcome you back anytime. You have a very good, keen eye and gave us some great insight, and the viewers were very happy to listen to that as we are moving on with the Nick game. I wish you the best out there.
Thanks, Mixon. I'm going to hope to book a win on the felt, but be rooting for me out there, okay?
He's more of a Clooney guy. Yeah, like Ocean's 11. I mean, even if like there was driven like all this guy, obviously attractive, and all this, I would literally never believe him. Like I have no chance. No, that's not what I'm saying. I know, but I'm just saying. Like, my thought process would never go there, and then also just never be like, oh, this is super attractive. You don't think it's super attractive woman? I mean, is that lady in one battle after another, the one who's nominated for the Oscar, and she was on the Grammy. I think her name is Tiana. Tiana Taylor. Yeah. You know, like her? Why don't you like her?
We do have an all-in. Professor trying to get rid of his nit button right now with the king, queen of diamonds against Stein. There's a king right there on the flop. Professor in good shape to get rid of his nit button right now. Stein looking for an ace. Does pick up a couple of outs by way of a jack if he can find one of those. But it does not come. So Professor going to stack Mr. Stein in the 3-seat. Get rid of his nit button as he was heads up in the nit game with Honest Abe. And Honest Abe going to be the big nit for the second round of the nit game. He's going to owe $140 total, 20 bucks of that going to Selena, and the other 120 going into a splash pot for the players at the table.
How much are you? 140.
So Stein goes into the bag, goes into the pocket, grabs some cash out. Going to be rebuying here, and then we see Honest Abe's chips going out for the splash pot right there.
Just tell me what your total is. Makes it easier. Yeah. Oh, total? What do you have total? Yeah, it makes it easier for them.
500. Sorry, 500.
He's gonna give you a total.
And C3 added 1,000.
Professor dressed very stylishly tonight, by the way. I like this flannel a lot. And then the bucket hat, little crumpled up looking. I mean, he's really pulling it off. I don't know if he has a stylist or maybe a student that helped him out, because there's no way that guy can dress this well.
Last time you brought it in for me, when it turned the ace over, then it gave me 2 more. Oh yeah, I did. I told you it could happen. Yeah.
65 rate, 125.
How you really feel, Stein?
Meanwhile, how are you going to be called Philly Murph and be wearing a Yankees hat? I mean, what am I seeing this right?
I just thought I was the readers behind them.
Is that a Yankees hat?
I'm just jealous you don't have shit. Architecture?
Lateralus and flat white heads up in this pot. Lateralus with the 6 on a 7-5-4 board, so does have the open ender and is best at the moment with king high. Flat white with just queen high, queen jack offsuit. Neither player with a club in their hand. Does not matter as we see the deuce of diamonds on the turn anyway, but see an 8 of clubs on the river. Lateralus making a straight with his 6. Lateralus puts out a big river bet, a little over pot size bet, and flat white does make the fold.
It's a little thin though. I was like trying to make it look like
Lost wasn't up to straddle 7 years. That's not what happened.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of concerned about. You know, I'm not afraid to do that either.
Keller going to be under the gun here. 5-4 offsuit.
Everybody call.
So here we're gonna see a 5-way flop, 150 bucks in the middle. Jack 9 8, 2 clubs. So we've got action. Lateralis flopping the nut straight with Queen 10. Professor with the ace high flush draw, queen in his hand as well. Leeortz with the open ender might decide to see what he can find here. Decides to check here. Lateralis, though, with the nuts at the moment, gonna put in a bet. Goes 1/3 pot, just 50 bucks. And now it's on Professor. Has a decision, just decides to make the call. Lateralis thinking he's got Professor right where he wants him, but Garrett is going to go ahead and come along, and now that's going to probably influence Leeortz to make a raise, it turns out. $300, the new asking price. Back to Lateralis now. Leeortz with the open-ended straight draw with just the 10. Does have backdoor diamonds, however. We can see Garrett still in the hand with higher diamonds at the moment. Does have the queen in his hand. Lateralis just makes the call. $300 going in. $850 in the pot. Professor holds ace queen of clubs. Can never fold this here. He's just going to rip it, and I love it. Professor wants to gamble. Lateralis sitting patiently, waiting for the action to be back to him so he can snap, call, put all his chips in. And Professor will need to find some help, either by way of a 10, which we've seen Leeortz getting it in there with a 10 of his own, and Lateralis has a 10 as well. But Professor does have the flush draw, so this is an interesting spot. Leeortz, we can see, down to just one out at the moment. The queen of spades, as the queen of diamonds was folded by Garrett to Leeortz's right. And we've got a almost $5,000 pot brewing right now, folks. Big pot in hand. I believe this is 31. Leeortz not loving the spot that he got himself into here. But he's not dead, so he does like the fact he's not dead, I'll tell you that much. However, that could change very quickly. Any king on the turn would render him dead. Any club on the turn would also render him completely lifeless. There's the king right there, so Lateralis. However, it's the king of diamonds, so I misspoke. But Lateralis going to take this one down. Now, the king of diamonds did give Leeortz a little bit of hope. Lateralis holds on for the win. Professor Cannot find the help. Was looking for a lone 10 or a club, I believe, as we went to that river.
Complain you have more behind with that fucking bot. Brutal.
53 of you in chat, and if you are not entertained, I do not know what to tell you. Please go over there, hit the like button, hit that thumbs up, give us some love here at Red Star Social down in Austin, Texas. If you like huge pots like this, $5,000 in this pot, and this is a 1-3 no limit hold'em game. You tell me where else in the country you can play a $5,000 pot and 1-3.
That's why I said turn of diamonds. You pulled two diamonds.
Nobody can tell me because it's really only here in Texas.
But you didn't tell me before I made the call, unfortunately. I should have.
You definitely do not see that in Vegas. You don't see that in California. There is nowhere else in the country that you are playing a pot that big in a 1-3 no limit hold'em game. Just not happening. So a very nice pot for Lateralus, who I believe is still in for just his signature $400 on the night, sitting on almost $5,000 now. What a spin up. Now is when you gotta fake the phone call and say, "Oh, my dog's calling. I gotta go home. Sorry guys, see you later." Run off with all the money. I mean, look at that sea of chips in the 9-seat Lateralus has. He's not even going to be able to scan his cards this hand. You're definitely going to have a mystery hand for that man in the 9-seat. As we move on to hand number 32 tonight. We've only been streaming for about an hour and a half tonight. So players just getting warmed up, really. And I expect we will see a lot more action as this night progresses, especially with a player like Lateralus picking up all these chips now. So here we go. Uh-oh. He's got the 7-deuce. 7-deuce game is on. It's a $25 bounty from each player should you win with 7-deuce at any point in the hand. Queen, Jack, Deuce. 7-deuce is actually best right now. A little bit scary on a Queen, Jack board. Lateralus checks. Keller makes the check as well. Garrett does decide to bet $50, just about half pot into that $91 pot. Lateralus with a quick call. Keller gets out of there. King of diamonds, no help for Garrett, but the board gets scarier and scarier for Lateralus, who does decide to check again. $200 bet. So a pot size bet, or just over the pot size. Lateralus now with a decision. This line seems very strong, but we also just won a $5,000 pot and stand to not only win this pot if we can call correctly or make a move, but also win $25 extra from everybody at the table. And he's counting out raising chips. Here it is, folks. Lateralus came to play tonight. New asking price, $550. Garrett looks like he's carving out some calling chips. Does have an ace, so he's not completely dead here. He can hit an ace or a 10 at this point. Or a 5, actually. However, we're not feeling all that great about it. What if we can only hit a 10? And it looks like he's going to think better of it, Garrett is. Lays the chips that he was going to call with back down it, and he's going to make the fold. Here we go, Lateralis. Shows the 7 deuce. Going to get paid an extra $25 from all of the other players at the table. That's an extra $200 that he just made. Very nicely done, sir. On top of, you know, a couple $100 from that pot. And here's the cumulative winnings. Lateralis up 4,400 almost. Keller right behind him up 400. A couple other players barely winning. And then everybody else in the red. VPIP percentages right here. Stein, measly 20% right now. Professor not doing much better. Honest Abe and Garrett both at 50%. Driving the action. Love to see it. Lateralis with a very playable hand, 9-8 suited of the hearts variety here. Does make the call, so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Honest Abe, Garrett, and Lateralis. Garrett, the only player with a jack, only player making a pair here. Does hold the jack of spades and has the queen of clubs. Honest Abe, though, holding the queen of spades, has a gut shot to Broadway. Should we see a 10? 3 of diamonds, no help to Honest Abe. Garrett's still best with his pair of jacks. But it's a 9 of spades on the river. Lateralis not going to put a bluff in here when he hits his 9. Does have some showdown value. Honest Abe putting in a bluff. Garrett making a call pretty quickly. And Garrett going to take that one down. So we do have Garrett C over there that just won that pot. And Garrett W just left me from the commentary booth to go hop in this game and play some poker tonight. So we'll see a couple of different Garretts here in the game as we see Lateralis still stacking chips, trying to get them off of the sensor so he can scan his cards. Just has a mountain of chips. Garrett C gonna bump it up with pocket sixes here. $80 is the asking price. From the pair of sixes. Stein with a pair of threes now. $80 to go. He makes the call as well. Honest Abe Stein and Garrett C. 3 ways to the flop. $241 in the middle. And the best hand is a pair of sixes at the moment. Flop comes all clubs. Stein, the only club. Abe checks. Stein checks. Garrett puts in the check as well. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Check, check, check. And the jack of clubs on the river. Stein with the only club. Gonna win this pot. $241 with a pair of threes. You are tuned in to the Red Star Social live stream live from Austin, Texas. This game is going on right now. There is a 30-minute delay, though, so that the players do not have the possibility to get relayed information from any outside sources. Which, if you're watching now, there's chance you know of some security breaches in the past from different streams. We won't mention them. They're not important, but a couple of quote unquote scandals. Lateralus and Keller both missing from the table in this hand. Maybe Garrett C and Professor going at it with Queen 6 of spades and 7-4 offsuit. Professor flops trip fours on ace 4-4. Garrett, though, with just nothing to work with. Goes check, check. 5 of clubs still. Nothing for Garrett to work with. Professor puts a $20 bet out, and that's going to just take it down. So, Alyssa Taylor, in this instance, if you're missing from the table, you're still dealt a hand, but the hand is just going to get mucked. You'll see right now, he scanned Lateralis' hand in, but it's just going to go into the muck. It's just automatically folded. You're not losing any money in that spot. Now, on the stream, if you were to be in the blinds, let's say, we would still actually pull the money for your blinds because it just makes it easy for the production team rather than skipping blinds and this and that to just go ahead and say, all right, we're just posting their $3, their $10, whatever. And you would forfeit that, which is not really too big of a deal, obviously. However, if you were playing a poker tournament and you were away from the table, your blinds would be posted when you were in those positions in the small blind or big blind. And those do in a tournament increase as time goes on. So you do want to be at the table playing your hands. Very nice shot from the production team as we're on that topic of the chips here at Red Star Social. So if you are perhaps a little more green in the poker world or the casino world, these are pretty standard colored chips. The blue chips that you see, those are worth $1. You'll often see either blue or white chips worth $1 in most places. The red chips you see are worth $5. The green chips that you see flat white putting 3 of out there, those are worth $25 a piece. So he makes it 75 bucks. And then the black chips with the yellow and red stripes on them down the sides, those are worth $100 a piece. A little piece of plastic worth that much money. It's pretty crazy. As this game progresses tonight, we might even see some purple lavender chips come out. We call them nerds. They remind me of a whole box of grape nerds, and those are going to be worth $500 a piece. Look at those. Those are very beautiful chips. Very distinct. Very colorful and bright. Very legible. And we've got another Nick game about to get underway. So tell me in the chat who you're rooting for in the Nick game. Who do you guys think is going to win? Who do you guys think is going to lose? Professor came close to losing the Nick game. It looks like Keller is going to be getting out of here. Did he hit and run? I mean, what in the world? Keller, it's been like an hour and 45 minutes, buddy. Where are we going? Well, that's it for Keller. Can he even make it out of the curtain?
Give him a button. Give him a button. It's going to take him a couple hands to come in. No, don't give him a button. Let's just play.
So I suppose now we have the answer as to who is filling the seat and who the seat was left unoccupied by. So Keller leaving the game, leaving us high and dry, and we'll see Sir Garrett W. getting in there to occupy that seat here shortly. Honest Abe puts it all in with King 8. Here we go. Love it. Leeortz with Ace Queen. King 8 versus Ace Queen. We see the equities here. Ace Queen a big favorite. 65% to win this hand. Honest Abe only 35%. They're going one time. So here it is. Looking for a king or an 8, and there it is. Honest Abe. Both a king and an 8. Leeortz in some trouble. 4 is helpful if he can find an ace now, Leeortz. Does not come. Honest Abe's going to make a full house. That's 8s full of kings. Get rid of his knit button. The first to do so in this game. Leeortz wondering what the heck he did wrong on the way up here tonight. And he's getting it in as a massive favorite and still losing, but a good sport nonetheless. No justice for Leeortz tonight. Honest Day with a very nice holding here. King Jack of diamonds. Stein laying down the 10-9 of clubs. He does realize that the nit has to pay a tax at the end of this, correct? And it has gone up from the start of the night. King, Jack, Deuce. Honest Dave flopping top 2 pair again. Second hand in a row to start this third nit game tonight. Garrett C, however, with the open-ended straight draw, he has the Queen 10, looking for an ace or a 9. Check to Honest Abe, who is going to put a bet in.
Oh, well, we probably lost it at the time.
He's going to show Stein. Perhaps trying to make it look to the players around him like he's bluffing. And there we see Sir Garrett Wilson sitting down in the 1 seat, taking Keller's spot. $30 bet from Honest Abe still stands, and it's his buddy Garrett making the call. So heads up. Going to the turn. 3 of hearts, no help for Garrett. Garrett does check. Honest Abe going to go for a bit of value here. Goes half pot, $50, he says. Seems reasonable to make a call. Garrett with the snap check. Another 3, no help. So Honest Abe going to be best here. He's not going to ever get called by a worse hand, likely, and just decides to check back and win the pot. I am your head commentator here at Red Star Social. 52 of you guys watching in the chat. We appreciate each and every one of you. This nit game is going to continue, and we're coming at you live from Austin, Texas. About to be 9 o'clock. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours now, and we're seeing some big stacks start to develop in this 1-3 game. With that, I'm going to take a quick little break, and I'll be right back.
Stein induces Stein, there's an unfortunate VPIP counter that comes up that says you're 0% VPIP. Like 10 minutes into the game or something.
Yeah, the poker guys went on this side this time. It's like, nope.
And then the first aim play, wow. Oh, can I be 20? I'm 20, right? Okay.
You can do 20. Alright, so we have the whole straddle and people on 20.
46 right now.
Re-straddle.
I'm up
20?
46.
Alright, sit 2 calls, sit 3 calls.
Did you go crazy on that all three-way all in?
You can see it.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I thought you were doing commentary.
I was, but it's like 30 minutes behind.
They have to put a delay because you don't want anybody like sitting outside watching.
Otherwise, that could be
Texting
technical.
somebody.
Oh.
So
That makes sense.
this, whenever you see like poker streams that are live, there's always a delay.
Leo Bluff Keller.
All in.
Saw you guys get in King 9 versus 6. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah,
Murph was like, I'm
I kind of
fucking.
told him too.
You're kind of tired of this shit.
No, it's not right.
Stein's got King.
Actually, King 9 was.
Count Chris Stacks.
Let's say King 6.
Oh, my bad. My bad. King 9 versus 6.
Alright, 1 time, right?
Yep.
A lot of flat white fans. No, he does.
Fucking box.
Probably fake bots. That would get more better bots.
It's better than the rest of us are doing.
Harder fan for bots. Pretty much. Ace from space. That looks like an ace, but. I did not see you put a go all in. What happened? Tell me. Give me the breakdown.
Go cry in the corner right now.
Oh, silly.
Yeah, I'm a good time.
Oh, no. 5. Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm hoping I had all the odds.
$3 for me, Stein? I don't get any.
We need you here. We need the commentary at the table.
I know. That's what I was saying in the booth. I was like, we would turn up the table mics tonight, but honestly, we've got the table mics are in the booth.
Long story short, blocked on that straight and dodged a lot of cards.
Yeah.
A lot.
That sounds like me.
Hit enough flush draw.
Yeah.
He had to go for a 10 of diamonds. The fucking turn's a king of diamonds. So now he's got to dodge diamonds, clubs, a 10 to chop. That's what I said. I lost. He's the only one that can hit a fucking run.
I have lost a lot of hands.
Billy Murph just smashes a straight on turn. That guy's off, I love it.
Yeah, I can max that.
It was pretty good.
That was the most I was going to win.
25.
I kind of wish I got to do it a little longer.
25.
I mean, you can just not turn
5
it.
fold.
No, I have to play now. Kelly's out.
6 fold. 6 7 fold.
You give up.
Call.
How hard am I going to do it if it's not something?
6 9 call.
Sure.
Gonna see a flop with my good buddies.
4 players.
Yeah, why not? There you go. You got a 9?
Probably. Dude, I was fucking asking, you know?
Check. 6 9 back. 6 1 fold. 6 4 fold.
What ace high?
Thank you guys for being patient with me as we see Lateralus take down a small pot and I believe get rid of his nit button. Just tuning back into the chat, see Lauren Rice, aka Iowa Matt, I believe, in the chat, saying head commentator promotion? Question mark? No, I've always been the commentator here. It's been my title per se is the head commentator and the stream aficionado. I'm not sure how else to spin it. I have been absent. I was absent this past Sunday, and I was absent for at least 2 or 3 streams in January, middle of January, as I was gone playing some poker myself. Oh, he's sarcastic. I see. See, sometimes sarcasm is so hard to read. But thank you for tuning in, buddy. I need to get you back here and playing on the stream when you get the chance. Just let me know. Oh, may need to make another appearance in March. Well, how convenient. I am booking all the dates and lineups for the rest of this month and into March as we speak. So you have your people, get with my people, and maybe we can make something happen.
So I'm an astrologist.
The table dynamics actually were weird with us. It was like when you're here, we talk about the Golden Bachelor, and when you're not here, somehow we end up talking about how hot Brad Pitt is.
Philly Murph with the best hand here, post flop, hits his queen. Honest Abe with the open-ended straight draw is going to make the call. 435 behind for Honest Abe.
I didn't know that was on the table.
That just means that like you can't be the catch. You have to be
River goes check, check. So Philly Murph gets rid of his nit button, I believe, and also, or perhaps he already had gotten rid of his. I can't tell, but
I retired. You can't win your flips.
takes that one down nonetheless. So we see flat white with a nit button still in the 5 seat. Garrett with the nit button. He did come in late to the game, although I believe only 1 player or 2 players were had relinquished their nit button, so it was nothing crazy. He did agree to go ahead and play the nit game, it seems. Professor with his nit button, and then Garrett with his as well. Garrett C, I should say. Both Garretts. Still holding on to that bright yellow button in front of him. As we move into hand 43 for the night, just after 9 o'clock here. We've been going for 2 hours, and we still got 2 hours and change to go. Gotta love it. Some great poker content here from Austin, Texas. And the Nick game is going hard. See a couple calls over the $10 straddle. Leeortz, though, not messing around, makes it $125 to go with King Queen off. Coming out of the cutoff. Professor with Jack 10. Did make the limp pre, but $125 is quite a bit of money. Professor only sitting on $465. Does decide to lay it down. And Philly Murph, who has the best hand with ace high right now, trying to suss out perhaps if this is a spot that he wants to go for it, maybe. Taking his time, perhaps trying to get a read on Leeortz as he sits. Does he look comfortable? Does he look scared? Leeortz with only $339 behind this raise. Does Philly Murph want to go for it all? He knows he's going to be playing for it all regardless, I imagine. Does he want to go for it all right now? Does he want to just call, see a flop? Does he want to fold? That's what's going through his mind. There is a knit button in front of Leeortz as well, which is probably driving his decision-making more toward the higher variance route, but he does lay it down, and he had the best hand. However, Leeortz very good at holding. See 4 knit buttons still remain, both the Garretts, Flat White, and Professor at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting confused with this thing. You used the crap out of me. I saw the one. Well, this thing sometimes gets me. Sorry. Well, you can have it. Alright, I'm going to give Celine $3.
Smart.
Free tip.
Pro tip, always give a pre-tip.
Robin Hood.
I'm going to get 7 deuce, flop quads, and somebody else has aces.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Leeortz, who just got rid of his knit button, makes the call here with ace 3 offsuit.
Man, I didn't call anyone a pussy on the stream. I did make fun of Stein a couple times.
Please do. For the love of God, he said he was gonna roast me, and then like ended up roasting himself.
How did you roast this?
Well, the Professor finally wakes up to a nice hand in the Nick game. Pocket jacks.
Daniel going for it with 7 deuce against Philly Murph, king 7. What's going on there? He's jammed. You don't have to call. He can fold. I think.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, let him keep watching Philly.
And so Professor's going to take that one down with that raise and get rid of his knit button as well. Just 3 remaining knit buttons, the 2 Garretts and Flat White. We need all you Flat White fans to chime into the chat, root your boy on. He needs to feel that love, needs to feel that support through the airwaves. So we need those comments. We need to see that love.
So there's occasions when I know one.
He showed it to you in the middle of the hand on accident.
On his face.
Through his body language. Yeah. He shouldn't have done that.
You're listening to the stand.
They
You
can't
both
hear
knew I knew?
I knew too, Dan.
You should just write it on a sign and hold it. Yeah, hold it. We need to get a whiteboard.
Lateralus with a mountain of chips in front of him. I mean, look at that stack. Just huge.
Super Hitler is so bad. You guys have no idea.
Bro, he just said in comparison to
Like, how many books are there about Super Hitler? one.
Flat white, excuse me, with a chance to get rid of this knit button. However, going to have to make a call with just 9 high for all of Honest Abe's chips at this point.
Dude, thank you, Abraham. Dude, you're the best, dude. You're gonna win.
Totally up to you. I
I
prefer
want all you flat white fans in the chat to close your eyes right now. I'll just let you know what happens, okay?
I need you to win. You're gonna freaking flop a set, and we're gonna high five in like 6 seconds. You're gonna flop a set.
One time. Pocket fours versus 9-8 of spades. Spade in the window. Pretty good flop for 9-8. Open-ended straight draw.
He's unfortunately ahead. You are now ahead. Now you
No
are.
help on the turn. Flat white. All the outs.
You win. You fucking
And they do not come. Honest Abe holds with the pocket fours against the 9-8.
How did you do it? A 5, a 10, a 9, an 8.
running spades.
Running spades. Running
6,
overcards. Running
Queen
pairings.
7, Queen 6.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it, brother.
Lies. Lies.
It's never personal. Always genuine.
I just want him
If
to
it's
think that.
versus Chris, I won't say that. I'll sit here and insult.
And be like,
If you win,
You're like, oh, fucking bad. I'm out of here now.
sick, how was the play?
Just 3 knit buttons remain. Flat white still holding on to his after that loss versus the pocket fours of Honest Abe. He needs to make something happen. Both the Garretts sweating as well. It is pretty convenient to say both the Garretts rather than go in about 2 different names and be like, oh, Garrett and Holden both still. I mean, I'm saving myself a lot of vocal work.
Again, well, similar to Fate, Temple.
Hey man, I had a sexy hand.
Come on. It was a good call.
Professor now with the 9-8 suited.
How does your hand compare to President?
I mean, I'm more of a George Clooney guy personally.
Flat white makes the call pocket sixes. Feels oddly reminiscent of the last hand where we saw fours versus 9-8. We might see sixes versus 9-8. However, the story's going to play out quite different as we see Professor flopping a pair of eights. Honest Abe flopping a pair of eights as well with a jack kicker. But it's a club on the turn by way of the ace of clubs. So Professor picking up a flush draw. Honest Abe still the favorite, but Professor not far behind. And the ace of diamonds on the river. Honest Abe still best. Decides he wants to start putting some chips in this pot, too, when it checks to him. Excuse me, Garrett decides to put chips in this pot after it checked to him, which actually gets Honest Abe out of the way, Professor out of the way. Flat white kisses the chips goodbye as he gets them in the middle, and he's going to win this hand. Professor kicking himself, as is Honest Abe. But that's going to allow Flat White to get rid of his knit button. And the Flat White fans are going crazy in the chat. Let me tell you, look at them.
I don't want to be. I don't want to come on stream and be a sin. I'll go all in right now. 4 or 5 suited. I'm going to do the 4 or 5 suited, okay? 4 or 5 suited plus.
Bunch of love for all the Flat White fans out there as he takes that pot down.
You go all in blind though.
Probably.
Probably a yes or no.
I was trying 100.
Alright, I'll do it.
Flat White will not be paying the knit tax this hand as we see the double straddle go on from Leeortz, $20. Lateralus putting on the triple straddle for $40, I believe. And Garrett putting on the quadruple straddle for either $80 or $100. And uh-oh, Honest Abe wakes up with pocket aces. A very welcome sight when the quadruple straddle is on, let me tell you. Just making the call for $100. So the straddle is $100. Garrett C making the call with his knit button here. $100 was the call amount. Leeortz going to lay it down for then $80 for him to call. Lateralus with the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce offsuit. And the disgusted look on his face when he peeled it. Lays it down. Back to Garrett W now, who has an option. Decides to check it with 6-3 off. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Honest Abe with aces that he limped in and could be a disaster. Garrett flops a gut shot straight draw here. Looking for a 5. That would give him a W. Garrett C though, however, bet $100. Donk bets $100 with his bottom pair of deuces. Garrett W rips, and Honest Abe makes the call with the aces. Very well disguised. Garrett W likely to be rebuying here, but stranger things have happened. He's looking for just a 5 at the moment, but could go running 3s or running 6s or running 6-3 to make 2 pair as well. Running it one time. Still just a 5 now for Garrett W. And it does not come. So, Honest Abe taking down that pot, and Garrett W going to be reaching for some more chips. Does not get rid of his knit button.
Pretty strong at 8 big blind depth.
I looked down, I'm like, you're not gonna make me.
One added 400.
The showers, the games that we're playing, because all the chips are over there.
Do it again.
Alright, double straddle on 9 is 20.
Straddle 40.
Alright,
This time I win the
straddle 40.
Wow.
Anyone chop it up, please? Thank you. So much.
Yeah.
You should probably straddle 80, you're gonna get aces.
It's a great spot. I get between the 2 nets.
Triple straddle on 6 I mean 40.
We are winding it down in this third dick game of the night. Only 2 remaining buttons, and it's a battle of the Garretts. Garrett C lays it down. Lateralis a little perplexed as to how he could possibly be laying down any hand when he has Garrett W behind him. Lateralis making the call. Garrett in the $40 straddle. Garrett W, that is. Lateralis giving some rope to Garrett W with the good buddy 10-4 offsuit. It comes queen 9-8, 2 clubs. Garrett does have the 7 of clubs, but flops the open-ended straight draw with the 7-6. Put in a bet now. I believe he bet $60. He did. Lateralis really not much to work with here. Likely to just fold. He does have a gut shot to the straight. In the best hand at the moment, but we see the equities running pretty close. So Garrett W takes that one down, does not lose the knit game, shows his hand. And Garrett C going to be paying the knit tax on the 3rd knit game of the night.
I wasn't trying with that. The Doyle Brunson is not my favorite.
Looks like a couple of the players are opting for a break. Oh no, it looks like Professor went to grab him because the knit game ended. Gonna say, hey, come get your money. Come get this splash pot as we see the cumulative winnings. Lateralis running everybody over tonight. Up 4,300. Keller up, left us up 400. Everybody else in the red. Leeortz, the big loser tonight, only down 1,300, so not getting too torched. And here's the VPIP numbers. Stein a measly 17%. I mean, what are we going to do with this guy? If you're in the chat right now and you think that you can hold a higher VPIP than 17%, come on down to Red Star. I will kick Stein out of the chair and put you in the game. Let's go. Pulls to Philly Murph on the button. Makes it 80 bucks with the Jack 7 of spades. Garrett C with Queen 7 offsuit. Gonna come along. He's definitely not scared. I like Garrett C. Garrett and Abe, good friends that came onto the stream on Sunday is what I've been told so far. Other than that, I don't have any information about the two of them. We see a 8-7 deuce flop, so Garrett in the lead with the pair of sevens and a queen kicker.
You're a brick. It's not 7 years.
I'm not worried about fucking 7 years. I'm worried about fucking everything. I'm a fucking 7. Ay, ay, ay. There's no way I can't fucking.
I hope it is 7 years.
6. Fold.
I have no idea.
You were ahead.
You want back your money as well.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I think the graphics
That was my.
were a little bit behind, but looks like we saw Garrett get it all in there. I think it went check that raise or raise, re-raise. Not quite sure. I missed it. So my apologies. But Garrett all in nonetheless with the Queen 7-0 there and takes it down.
Get it down that head stuff.
That was so close, dude. You're getting closer every time.
I think you just need to lose it. So again, it was 100%.
I mean, honestly, over time, it's probably worth it to just not ever win it. Just never play it.
No. You gotta win it sometime. You gotta get aces
I'd just rather not pay ever.
Both are good. Fucking Stein's ready.
Of the two options, I do prefer not to. The new tax is monetary cost, but the losing it is an emotional cost. And that's priceless.
Stein finally with a playable hand according to him. Pocket aces.
I can't believe I choose to play with you guys every week.
Both the other aces in the hands of the players in this pot, though. So we will not see any more aces come. Garrett with the Jack 10. We did see the Ace 5 get out of there from Abe, I believe. And we're off. King 6 deuce. Nothing for anybody else to work with. Stein praying that somebody has a king. Not the case here. Perhaps somebody wants to get a little squirrely. One of the Garretts, maybe. Garrett C with just ace high with the ace 7 and Garrett Jack 10. Not going to get in there.
Oh, sorry.
Should construct a psychology study on that professor, the emotional damage of losing the 7 deuce game.
No, I don't think we need any research on that.
Here we see a queen 3 flop. Lateralus, the only player with a queen, checks it. Allows Leeortz to put in a bet from the button with his pair of threes. The 2 pair of queens and threes.
That was at 1,000 at the time of negotiation. I feel like we could have gotten that.
Lateralus just making the call.
The other side was not willing to go low.
Garrett and Abe both out of the way.
The demand supply.
You asked for too much. You said you weren't done. But, table.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
How much does that thing cost, you think?
So Lateralus has this one locked up. It goes check, check, and it's a queen on the river. So Leeortz now with a full house, queens full of threes. Perhaps thinking that Lateralus may have called with something like a flush draw on the flop with 2 diamonds in his hand. Did check the turn and now makes quads on the river. How does he decide to go forward at this point and play this hand? Can he ask for it all? Can he check? He needs to try and get some kind of value is what he's thinking. Leeortz already has a suspicious look on his face. Goes 125, just over pot. Leeortz a non-believer. Can already tell, but he doesn't love it. Does he want to just make the call? Does he want to put in a raise here? I know the players are talking. I can't really hear, so I apologize. He does just make the call.
He has the quads.
So a nice pot for Lateralus again. That's the best qualifying hand of the night so far is quad queens with an ace.
The pitching players like me have to win sometimes.
That's so true.
He had a
That's what makes the game good. At least any fish can win. Any fish.
list, a tracker of the biggest hands of the night. I believe prior to that it might have been the King 8 from Honest Abe, where he made a full house with 8s full of kings. You remember that one, but now it sits at quad queens with an ace from Lateralus, who's sitting on a mountain of chips. All you guys and gals in the chat watching right now, 44 of you, what are your thoughts on the rest of the night? Do you think we'll see a higher hand be made than quad queens with an ace kicker? It's going to be tough to beat that one, but give me a thumbs up in the chat if you think we'll see that. If not, give me a thumbs down. Say that is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. There's only 2.5 hours of poker left. I mean, how are you going to beat that? Well, I've seen crazier. Garrett picking a nice hand to 3-bet here. The queen jack offsuit, not a great hand to be playing post flop, especially out of position. So makes for a nice 3-bet. Sort of semi-blocks some of the opens that Leeortz will have from the cutoff with that hold the queens and jacks in their hand as well.
Hang it flat wide, that was my chance to get you.
Out of 4.
Slithered out of there like you hit a 4.
Out of 4.
Did you have 2 of them?
No. I had the ace 4. I could have looked really cool for the camera.
You could've. Trying to give me a full kings with ace. I'm out of work.
Isn't that what stream games are all about? Looking cool for camera?
I mean, look, man. I don't know what you want me to do.
What if I?
I'm in here trying real hard. All right. I got. You think I want my mother to watch me dust $400 with a 4 in my hand?
Yes.
On your relationship with your mother, I guess we could have a little Freudian
It's
conversation.
about Southern Baptist conservative woman.
Think,
She's not the most. She's not the most
What would Freud,
gambling.
what would
Oedipus,
Freud
think
think
what
of
you're
that?
thinking of.
What would Freud think of that?
An Oedipus
You know,
complex?
Ask Professor.
if only we had someone at the table who could. What would Freud think of what?
How many?
What would Freud think of Will's relationship with his mother and gambling?
Sean, get the mic. Sean, get the mic.
But
He said he doesn't want his mom to see him get wrecked on stream. That's not exactly like deep
Professor,
Freudian stuff.
Professor, just speculate. It doesn't have to be real. We're not.
Professor's not a speculator.
Look,
He's a man of science.
You give the man $5,000, he won't shut
The
the fuck
thing,
up.
the thing, the thing is, we're here because, like, you guys think this is a poker stream, but actually, we're trying to start the new propaganda channel. We are going to be the new fake news. We make everything up. We tell people what reality is.
This is literally,
And he put his stack in front of this guy, it's fucking yapping. He's fucking Dr. Bull chirping. We gotta get you in a big game.
Dude, I am.
My money, the best is him counting it as a win already with 3 hours to go. That's my favorite mark. To be fair, it probably will be, but
To be fair, he might grab the table before
I
that.
still like it. Yeah, he is terrific.
He's happy about that.
Huh?
He's happy about that.
Yeah, yeah, I'll know. I'm not salty about it.
He takes beats very well.
I agree.
Not easy.
It's just funny how the person who's chirping isn't aware of the fact that they're chirping.
Oh, they never. It's like Daniel and Garrett swap personalities.
50.
Straight called there.
Straight is good.
I shouldn't have called there.
Why?
Especially when these guys are gone. You lost the big game.
well, actually, that's impossible because she's passing out the net buttons right now.
Lost last one.
No, I literally didn't. I got out of it with an open nice trade draw.
That's right. I said he wants to put
Almost
a
freaking
$200
did.
splash
It's so
body.
scary tonight. I've never been more scared.
He wants to put a $200 splash body.
I don't know about that.
Too much in there.
Is it really 180? We have double straddle on C7, 20.
Got up to 240 last night.
It got to 260. I paid both of them.
240. Oh, wow.
I paid
Oh, yeah,
240
'cause
and
I
260.
spiked it on you both times.
I couldn't get out of it to save my life.
You
I got
and
heads up
I
in it.
were even on the splash spots where I still got turbo destroyed. And had to leave.
Yeah, I was singing your praises on the stream, on the commentary. I
Were
was
you?
like, man, Chris is really good. He destroyed me last week. I got lucky against him.
Oh.
I hope to get lucky against you many times in the future.
If you get lucky enough times, dude, you can say, I'm done.
Then you're gonna retire.
You'll be hit.
I'll retire the professor.
Guys can retire me.
But then I'll have to go around to other poker streams retiring their professors as
And
well.
you can put many people in retirement, you'll have a great career.
I mean, I think the question
The
though,
best too, right?
I think there's an important question here though. Do you get tenure?
No,
He's
there's
not
no
tenure.
tenure. There's no tenure
The
in
poker community.
small space.
I never told people were in retirement, out of retirement. Make them do their job again.
What would you do if you didn't play poker, Chris? You could work at the grocery store.
Probably that.
Check bag or check groceries. Or like restock onions or something. You'd be really good at that though.
Got a nice one brewing here. Professor flops the nuts with the 6-5 suited. Nick game on again. Garrett, however, Garrett C, I should say, getting a lucky turn. Honest Abe with some actual outs, though. Should we somehow find another 6 on the river? Does not make the call. So Professor and Garrett C. Professor was all in there, actually. And, excuse me. Professor bet, Garrett C ripped. That's why we saw Abe fold. And Professor makes the call, obviously. We're going to see a pot get chopped between these two.
You wish that it was a better situation.
Take that back.
Well, the good news is that no one loses a nip button. That's the silver lining for everyone. Gosh darn it. You're going to jail, Stein. You're going straight to jail. I don't think they would force you to
Medical costs?
Oh, yeah, sure, sure.
At least 5?
Stein in jail. Jail, you're diabetic. It's rough.
So all the knit buttons still remaining now, as to one of the qualifications of getting rid of your knit button has to be that you scoop that pot, that board, which neither Professor nor Garrett C. did in that situation.
Now give him 2 8s.
Do what you did for Billy Wilder, give me 2 aces. I did the same.
No,
Six
not at
of
all.
Eight of hearts
Give
would
me 2
be
eights.
the best card.
It would be more entertaining if I got aces, let's be honest.
Interchange for who?
Alright,
Right.
see, eight
I
fold.
think all of us would like to see that. No,
I'd love to see you do that.
don't let my aces.
Lateralis makes the call, 10-8 of clubs. Folds over to Professor, who also lays it down. Flat white gets out of there. Philly Murph, though, not going to go away so easy. Ace in his hand, ace 3.
Garrett says no chopping today, bitches. There he goes.
Garrett C with king queen offsuit. I think both options are on the table between raise and call. He does go for the more aggressive option, putting in the raise here. I prefer this option, especially with the knit game going on. Build a slightly bigger pot with a pretty nice holding and have the opportunity to have players bluffing at us, and a welcome sight with the queen in the window for Garrett C. 2 spades on the queen, 8-6, and Lateralis does flop an 8. Philly Murph holding on to the ace of spades as well at the moment, but Garrett C not going to give them any rope. Puts out a pot size bet, $150 to go.
I'll do side commentary for the flat white hand
This
tonight.
hand, I played this way because I'm a nit, and this is the way that nits play.
I got ace king and
Big blind and a jack.
Played this hand this way, 'cause I knew my
Lateralis coming along for the ride, looking for a 10 or an 8 going to the turn now. $450 in the middle. Jack of diamonds is not going to be what he was looking for. Garrett C, quick to bet, $200, just under half pot.
Fuck the Nick game, I'm taking a blink.
Dude, if you're blinking, I'm going out of support.
Yeah, just strictly for supply.
Nine call.
We gotta get these one handed while the stoners still.
Lateralis making the call.
Seven all in.
Your pocket aces if you get still.
So Garrett C still best here. Puts out the last of his chips. About graphic says 344, but it's going to be a little bit more after he paid the knit tax in that last knit game, I believe. So I'm gonna assume it is 484. If my math teachings were correct.
Stoners were supposed to be
Nine
slow.
call.
It's the advantage of the blinker. One hit. A little bit.
And Lateralis makes the call for
Barely. I told you it was the hand of the night. I said it out loud. It's the freaking hand of the night.
484 with the pair of 8s.
It was a board, though. A lot of people got it. What'd you do, Philly?
Actually, looks like it's 504 was the total bet.
You have a queen over there, old Danny?
I
that would make sense, actually. My math was incorrect.
They didn't miss? King, queen, or king,
But a nice pot for Garrett C to take down nonetheless. Get rid of his knit button.
Garrett, not bluffing. I love it, dude. Don't bluff. No reason to. I'm not bluffing. I'm tearing bluffs off. Especially casino. You can say it out loud. You can show them you're not bluffing.
Double straddle.
I'm not gonna do it for you.
9, 20.
Fucking wants it.
I actually did make that. Would have probably said it.
C1 call. C2 call. C2 fold. C4 raise 100. C5 fold.
Professor bumps it up, $100 to go from the cutoff with the king 10 of diamonds. Philly Murph with pocket nines now in the small blind. Definitely a hand we can be raising some. Decides to just call, and it's going to allow Garrett C to put in a raise of his own from the big blind with ace king of hearts. Makes it 250. Garrett now, who just flatted from under the gun +1 with pocket twos, able to get away, as is Honest Abe. Professor doing the same. So Philly Murph with the only remaining line of defense here. He does put in the call. Flop comes Jack 5-5, 2 hearts. So Philly Murph still best with a pair of nines, but Garrett C has 2 overs and the ace and the king, and looking for a heart as well to make the nut flush. 8 of diamonds, no help for Garrett C. Philly Murph first to act here has Garrett covered by almost 2x. River's an 8, and Philly Murph now decides to lead. $250. Garrett C might just be curious here for that price. Nicely sized by Philly Murph for just a hand like this. But Garrett C rips it. Ooh. Philly Murph in a tough spot now. What a move by Garrett C. Garrett was a non-believer that Philly had a jack. And he was correct in that assumption. Tough spot for Philly Murph, honestly. About 750 for him to make the call at this point. And the pot you can see is 2,500 right now, so 750 to win 3,250 or so. Somewhere thereabouts.
was good. Let's start that tonight.
Garrett C sweating bullets right now.
Why are we wasting any time? That's where the real money is, anyways.
Waiting here for me.
Voting in for the gold medal.
Does he look a little nervous? Philly Murph taking his time, maybe trying to get a read on him.
You just need one night where you're Stein to turn that around.
I can't beat Stein.
Just have King.
He got better.
What?
He took $1,000 off me. Right, I can't help that. I give it back. Not
Can
even.
I have it?
Not to me.
Was it to me?
I gave it back. I got like 400 back. You got it back. I still need that extra 6. No, that's not how it works. You got it back. You deserve it. Why? Because you tried to trap. I pushed you.
Time to have a little Daniel Burnham.
Actually, yeah.
It
No,
looks like
in lineage. Literally. What hand are you taking with? I can't figure it out.
The bluff. Huge bluff. Yeah,
I need a moan after that one.
sevens or something. Yeah, I've got sevens or nines.
Alright,
Bluff
guys.
today.
Fucking ballsy, man.
Philly Murph
Knit. Did you know he had a knit button?
makes the fold.
But he was a knit too. And you
Garrett C taking down that pot. My goodness. Philly Murph might need to go for a walk. Here we see the VPIP numbers. Garrett C at the top. Garrett W right behind him. Everybody else following suit. Stein way below that 20% mark. Everybody else doing okay.
get together and felt will with it. Work together with it.
Now we have cumulative winnings. Lateralus still up almost 4,000. Garrett C up now 1,600. Keller left us up 400. Everybody else in the red. Leeortz down 1,600. Philly Murph down 1,500. And we see the others.
Yeah. We got a 20
Which
shot
one
on
of us is
C1.
strangling versus donkey? Exactly. I was gonna make it sound
20 shot on
both like completely unfit for nice. We're scrappy.
I'm definitely the ogre version of Fiona.
C2 calls.
I'm gonna fill the role.
C3 folds.
I always forget my players are Shrek.
C4 folds.
Every time I get past my golf,
C5 raises to 100. Six
It's
calls.
like I didn't know about K-pop Power Rangers or whatever they are.
Demon Hunters? Yeah, who isn't hunting Demon Hunters? Still in there. Well, my dad too, so you don't have to go as far as your daughter. I'm sitting right here. Hey, sing it as well as tell me about what K-pop Demon Hunters is. Yeah, no idea what it was. No?
9 folds.
Oh, really? No, I know.
It's a cultural phenomenon, sweeping mostly Korea, but America as well.
Two calls.
Every
Split players.
Is girls singing music by demons what would be better? I can think of one or two things. Men typically punching each other in football.
It's this generation version.
8 checks. 2 checks. 5 checks. 6 checks.
Checkers, boys.
Bill Baggins. Willie Bill Baggins works too.
Wilbo Baggins?
Right, that would be
Yeah,
better if you were gonna do it, right.
Of course.
Right, do that the
Because
way
it would
is.
rhyme with Bilbo.
It's like the size of two of them standing on top of each other.
Alright, 8
I
folds
don't know. Naming yourself Wilbo Baggins
and
is
2
gonna
folds.
really drive a lot
Scaring
of
the shit out of me,
viewers.
right?
Well, I had a good hand, buddy.
I have Cherokee nuts.
Are you? You have the actual nuts. That's not even. That's like the real nuts.
How's everyone on your thing?
I had a good hand, but not that. Unfortunately, the
I
board
was
is
way ahead.
like a little
I mean,
cutesy
that was
little.
a
Three
any
turns.
other clock.
Oh, yeah, it's a great
Only
turn.
better turn cards with
Any
high
other class.
high cards.
You had to worry about
Very,
six,
very,
six,
very.
I showed you.
I was 6 cards.
You made block 7-6.
Oh,
Just
did I
couldn't-
have
I was gonna have 7-6.
I jam. You snapping him out.
Yeah, I don't know what I do. Like, there's a weird dynamic, right?
You just can't not.
I didn't. I think with the Cherokee nuts on stream, I have to go for it.
Very likely.
I was never going to make money.
If I fold the Cherokee nuts and go back there, it's, I mean, there's honestly no going back. I don't think they have internet. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I like that the first time. I was like, oh,
You know the amount of times I've been trying to make a phone call and
you've had me exactly.
service disconnected? Yeah, man.
That
I mean, can't even connect to the Wi-Fi there without being a guest. Which, I mean, if you ask Daniel, the casino corporation cuts the internet there so that you're stuck playing slots. That actually makes sense. No, that doesn't make any sense because they would want to stay there longer. You have to leave the casino floor to make a phone call.
Is that what it probably helps my people where long sleep?
Check emails.
What's the necker on?
Alright, they'll let you do your fully Alright, fair logic, but whatever we're going with, we gotta get right if we're gonna be the next, like, propaganda series. Like, if we're gonna be the propaganda stream, we gotta get our story straight. Daniel, the propaganda stream, this was your idea.
I think I would. I probably would.
We gotta get our story straight.
The hearts.
No, we don't. Like, dude, the whole point is that we're gonna tell mixed stories and they're all true.
Something for me.
Okay. I'm out, man.
No, look,
I'm going back to working for Alex Jones.
Something like that.
dude, no, we're betting. Alex Jones says the frogs are gay.
Why are you gonna work
We're
for him?
saying frogs know no sexuality at all.
Did you know that was one of the few things that he was right about? Sorry to cut you off. I know 98% of what he says is wrong. I just mean that was one of the few things that he was right about.
I know.
Yeah, check. They did it quickly.
But it's exaggerated is the problem. Okay, it's like hyperbole is the whole thing, right?
It's still the funniest thing though.
I just looked over there.
But no, we here on Red Star, we are the enlightened. We know that the frogs have evolved past the point of sexuality.
Yeah,
The
they're
frogs are
the perfect
not concerned with
species.
such trivial
Right.
things.
They're more concerned with the academics.
Some of us are transcend
And
sexuality.
created. Oh, whoa, Chris.
Well, Chris, this doesn't make any sense because none of us are fucking frogs, Chris.
You don't know that. You do not.
You know what? For me to assume,
Are you assuming it's
Have you ever heard any of us ribbit?
You're raisin?
rivet.
You're like a grape in the
That's
sun?
actually.
Seven
Okay,
folds.
dude.
8 folds.
I'm gonna need the next 5 minutes to get over his joke.
1 fold.
Never heard any of us rivet.
And 3 calls,
Who
1
the
40.
fuck is this guy? His name sure as hell isn't Daniel Lateralus.
He's drunk on power right now. Power's
All right, here we are. Big pot brewing right now. Stein with pocket jacks, filling Murph with ace-10 of clubs. Both players sitting over $1,200 deep.
Oh, it's not funny when Garrett makes it.
And Murph can put in
Garrett
a
can't be funny, right, Professor?
bet here on the flop. $85 is the asking price. Pot ballooning up now, almost $500. 7 of spades, not the card that Mr. Stein wanted to see necessarily. Goes check, check. Stein probably thinking he has the best hand a lot of the time, and it goes check, check again. Stein gonna take that one down and not worry about getting rid of his nit button up. Now I'm sitting on $2,000, so Just above the break-even point for him, I believe now.
Mr. Fabulous. How much did the net this time? 180.
100, didn't it? 180. You like that? I do. Something about that. Like, it's just the way that he says it. It has like the best range to it. Yeah, it's great. It's like a celebration, and it happens quickly. You know, it's like that's I like darts.
You want to know something interesting that happened, Professor?
No.
You did. It involves you.
All right.
Four holes.
He's
Five
changed.
holes.
Oh, did you find out he was a front double in Burpack Mountain?
Philly Murph
6 raises.
bumps it up $60 now with Ace Jack. Philly Murph not had a great run so far this Nick game.
French ball.
I asked Paul yesterday if he wanted to play heads up the rolls. Is it about that? Normandy.
It came up in conversation when I was mentioned.
He has a thread with him.
But,
Like this huge guy with him this time.
but
Huge.
I told French ball that about our heads up match, and I asked him what the betting line was,
Okay.
and he thought it might be even, and then I immediately told him how you were trying to steal the Mona Lisa from the French, and he said you're like a huge dog.
Paul backed me up.
36 of you still in the chat
Mona Lisa is
that I need to keep
French.
entertained. I'm starting to crash out a little bit. It's 10 o'clock here in Austin, Texas, and I had a few hour-long flight today from
Paul also wants
Tampa, Florida, back here.
Get in line, buddy.
to. They're alive?
Did get a little bit of sleep on the plane, but we were up late a bit last night.
Well, this line is even. I might have to
Did a little bit of gambling over there.
No, he thinks you're a huge dog now because you stole the Mona Lisa.
Now I got a place of that.
Garrett W. going for the rip here as it folds to him on the button with just a king in his hand. I mean, reputable. King deuce, perhaps not the strongest of hands that we'd be choosing. Honest Abe right behind him. Next to act with pocket sixes. Tough spot when you still have a couple of players left to act behind you. Does make the fold. Stein, no need to get out of line.
No one else is in. All right.
Professor out of the way, and it's back to flat white. Fan favorite black, flat white. Turns over an 8. Looks at the ace and just mucks it. Garrett gonna take it down.
Oh, you great sizing.
You have the best hand right now.
I
I have the
had
best
pocket
hand.
6.
No,
Pocket
he has the
six. Oh, yeah, 100%.
No.
Really? Fold an eight?
I mean, I would.
What other card? Are you all not smart enough to know what other card would I have face
Are
down?
you hearing this conversation? We're not smart enough.
I think
That's probably pretty good.
we're supposed to sweat together. What happened there?
Supposed to be pretty tight.
I appreciate that, full gov name.
Somebody get his
Garrett W. gets rid of his
Get his mom in the
knit
comments.
button.
She'd be proud of me.
Get her called in.
Should have been like too close. Too close.
Mixing. Get flat white.
Ace
Wait,
10, ace
wait
10
until
point.
you're like
Get flat mom on the
98%.
line.
Ace 10 play, yeah, 98%.
She wants me to be like.
Eight is probably good
She
enough.
wants me to be like 85
Ace is
plus.
probably. Not ace deuce though. Oh, ace deuce, please.
You know how I was heads up in that tournament yesterday when my mom just went to bed?
Big shout out to
You're right.
Mama Nixon in the chat,
She was like, I knew you were gonna get
watching from North Texas, as she always does. I love
Mom isn't 60.
having the support from
What did you say?
That means
my
you're
lovely
60.
parents.
Your mom was in her early 20s.
Interesting one developing. Leeortz with ace-jack clubs,
I think it's so early.
looking to get rid of his knit button. Just rips it. Lateralis now to Leeortz's left.
How do you think I've seen
The
happen?
same holding,
How do you think it
ace-jack.
happened?
I haven't read all the documents yet. I apologize.
Well, it's because of 80s and 90s culture.
I think it was just all those people kidnapping.
Man, are you gonna make a decision or are you gonna
Nine folds.
folding? Right now I have the best
1
hand.
fold.
Great block.
2 folds.
Lateralis decides to lay it down. It's on Stein now, who has a pocket pair, but
4 is
it
all
is
in.
the lowest variety. Professor couldn't wait to get his chips in with ace-queen. Leeortz in rough shape now.
Same hand also? No shit. All the aces. There's a bad fold. We got 2 outs.
Leeortz needs some clubs or a jack. And that is no help. King to chop, a 4 to chop. No. I guess a 7 would have chopped as well. It would have been trip 7s with ace king for both players, but Professor takes that one down. Professor sure has been quiet tonight. Let me tell you. Prior to the stream tonight, he told me, on Sunday that he had a big losing session on the stream, lost $5,400. I expected him to come out tonight firing, blasting away, trying to get some money back, trying to put some action into this game, build some big pots to win some big pots. That has not really been the case. Not that he's had all that much to work with, but
Holy fuck, he throws like 4 under the gun. Yeah, Stein's like,
I still expected maybe a little something else. I'm not sure. Feels like Lateralus is the only winner in this game tonight.
yeah, I was in bad shape. I thought maybe it'd be better if it was like.
You're ahead, but
This is what I was hoping for. This is kind of what I was hoping for. Oh my, this is not what I was hoping for. Not at all what I was hoping for. Oh my god. I was hoping for like ace 5. Are you fucking kidding me, Dan?
Lauren Rice, yeah. Professor definitely very aware that cash game poker is one long session for your life.
Throw your hearts. Go max 5.
Lateralus and Garrett getting it in here. And Lateralus hits his 5. Garrett needs help. Oh, and it comes. There's an ace for Garrett on the river.
Never fuck with Justice, kid.
Finds his double up through the big chip stack here.
Isn't gonna fold any hand. That is lucky.
Did you guys see how well I played that hand? I like 10 times better. 10x.
And look at that.
No, the good part was
Beautiful chips here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Just super legible. Love those black chips. The red and yellow on them. I mean, they just look super clean.
That's what was called. Dana gets fucked. Sorry, Daniel. That was pretty funny. Yeah, it is. You're right.
How can he fold 5 high though?
I mean, it's not going to interact with my range unless I have, overpairs or something.
Lateralus waking up with pair of 2s. Makes the call for $10. Gonna go set mining. There's a 2 in Abe's hand that's going into the muck. And another 2 from Stein's hand in the muck. So there are not any 2s remaining for our friend Dan in the 9 seat. Garrett C with ace king now. Lateralus making the call. Philly Murph with ace 8 of spades. Probably going to continue as well. The 3 ways to a flop. 226 in the middle already. All hearts. Garrett C has a heart, and it's the ace of hearts as well. Nothing really to work with for Philly Murph, though, and Lateralus with the black pocket twos. Not looking too hot. Philly Murph does pick up a pair of eights on the turn.
Seven check.
Me and Mixon were sometimes talking about hands that happened like a couple of hands ago. We were still like, well, what is?
Nine check.
Oh, hey. There was a hand where you had 7-8 of hearts. Keller had pocket king. Came flopped him 8. Came ace jack.
Garrett C hits his flush now on the river. Nut flush with the ace of hearts.
But you didn't want to fuck. That's kind of what we're talking about. He could have floated there, and if Keller checked, he could try to steal it. But
Yeah, but I think
ace jack. I don't think he's.
it's better if it's 1-8.
Garrett C's going to bet 200.
I'll see it.
Lateralis
Nine fold.
has not mucked yet, does fold though, and Philly Murph makes the fold as well.
You got a 20 straddle, keep nine.
Analyzing his play.
All night, just have a picture of him on my wall.
You just got
Y'all were all in earlier.
Yeah, I bounced off my chips.
bring the card down.
But I had the queen of spades. It was the best queen in America.
It bounced in. Sorry, but I thought it was on you.
Yeah,
I didn't even
I didn't
see
get a
it.
chance to grab it. I went for it.
Did it bounce off your chip?
You were steady, man. I got my picture. He did like a voodoo thing. He like, you know what I mean? Or, cast the spell at it, and they came in here and just wrecked me. That's what happened.
Thank you.
Red ace king suited into aces.
Sweet.
20 straddle.
Not twice, but
That's hard to do.
Literally ace king into aces twice. And then I had ace king on ace 7-5 rainbow. Got in against pocket 7. Not a great spot.
And we are on hand number 66 now. Just past 10 o'clock here in Austin, Texas. Stein finally deciding he doesn't want to be in it. He wants to make an extra $200 from the table should he win this hand with 7 deuce. So he opens up to $60. Professor makes the call with pocket sixes and flat white on the button. Waking up with ace jack makes it 300 to go. That's probably going to do the job for Stein. Going to be uninterested now, I imagine. But should he rip it, it may just work. Unlikely to happen, but it is a possibility.
One of the 2 times I was like pretty sure I caught it. Retrospect project.
3 fold. And 4 fold.
Holding the best hand now.
Stein folds Professor out of the way as well, so flat white picking up another pot.
Way to the stream so that you can go back and remember this hand and be like, it's the hand. That way you can like mark it.
You did it for me.
Yeah.
if you use this,
5 to 20. or the 10,
Here,
or
the
20.
20. Yeah. 25.
Exactly.
He pulled me. Alright, seat 1, straddle 20.
Just to prevent Daniel from getting locked, you know. Me and Abraham,
Two
we're
balls.
rock stoppers.
you could also do it
Fold.
back into the
I'm just trying to get rid of his name. You are the name button. I keep kicking you, man. You
5
don't do
fold.
nothing.
6 fold. 7 calls 20. 8 is all in. We're 59.
Leeortz all in with a chance to get rid of his knit button here.
400. 1 fold.
Spot for aces.
Full gov name. I see your comment. Are you meaning the stakes that they're playing when you're saying larger tables?
How much is it?
1,800.
Iowa Matt, thank you very much, aka Lauren Rice. Very much appreciated.
Whoa.
Alright, we got,
So Leeortz here, looking to get rid of his knit button, but
Pretty sure you're ahead, buddy.
Honest Abe, who's in there with the Queen 9 of diamonds, has some side pot action with, I believe, Lateralis in the 9 seat. So our apologies while the graphics are getting corrected, it looks like. No, maybe not. Maybe it's just those two and the graphics are correct. I was just seeing a lot more chips out there.
alright, one time?
There we see it. Honest Abe flopping a flush draw. The ace of Leeortz still in the lead. Looking for a 10, a queen, a 9, or a diamond. Abe is. And there's the diamond. So Leeortz
I'll be right back.
loses this one. Not going to get rid of his knit button.
Right back. There's
Two.
two now. Two changes, two.
Yeah, what do you take? Take five
Um,
now.
yes, yes, yeah, yes, we're gonna okay.
No.
Alright.
10, 9, 8.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. Full gov name. Everybody starts somewhere. That's kind of the beautiful thing about poker. Is everybody has a starting point where they begin the game and begin that journey to more knowledge at the table and just learning.
Yeah, but it's not like I had a really good spot of it just
Most tables typically are going to be played 9-handed, sometimes 8-handed, but most of the time they'll be played with 9 players at the table. There's a few exceptions to that. Some private games, wherever, they may want to run with 6 players, 7 players, whatever it may be for a preference of a player who runs the game or a player who plays in the game. Maybe you have a whale, a big money player that wants to come in and play, and they only want to play with 5 other people. So you're going to make the game 6-handed. But typically on a casino floor or a card room floor, if you just go and sit down to play at a cash table like this, it's going to be 9-handed for the most part. Some tournaments out there, like if you played a World Poker Tour event, their main events are typically played 8-handed, I believe. Then there's also formats of poker tournaments all over the world where you can play 6-handed or 7-handed or 8-handed, 9-handed. And if you're lucky enough and you play in a tournament that they may not have quite enough dealers for at whatever series it may be, and they want to get through as many buy-ins as they possibly can, they may even make you play 10-handed at the table. So that's always a possibility. But to your point, yeah, lower stakes with players who are probably potentially less experienced. You will see hands oftentimes get down to the river. More frequently, as we see Professor hit a straight flush on this river. And it's going to be Garrett putting out a bet. Very small bet, just $50. Professor with the absolute nuts.
Four raises to 215.
There's the boom. $215 now, Garrett. Hello. Garrett's kind of thinking in his head, what do I really beat here? I don't really beat anything that raises me. But it does feel very bluffy. Garrett perhaps just saving some face here, taking a little camera time to make it seem like he's got a real decision, but probably just going to end up folding these cards. A little bit of hemming and hawing. Maybe he just wants to see it, too. Sometimes we get curious. Maybe he wants to make Professor prove it. Garrett looks like he wants to do that. Looks like he's 50-50, actually. Looks like he's going to peel. I think he's going to make this call. And he hates it. He hates it. It's a miserable spot when you think your opponent is bluffing here, but what bluffs can they really have? Is he going to lay it down? There it goes. There's the lay down. And he shows the straight flush. The table is hooting and hollering. Straight flush right here on the Red Star Social live stream. Coming at you live on location from Austin, Texas. Our good friend Professor making a very strong hand. So, if you were in the chat earlier and you thought that quad queens with an ace would not be beaten, you guessed incorrectly. It was just beaten by a straight freaking flush. Yeah, full gov name. So hopefully I could help get you a little insight there.
Like, I need more pieces for.
I was like, I guess I was thinking about the change, and I was like,
Sure. Let's check raise. You try to be
I was trying to do it.
Really big though.
Sorry?
I'm just hoping it shows my power.
No, but 4 folded, 5 folded, 6 folded, 7 called, 8 called, 5 called, 10 called, 2 called, 3. Yes. Got it? Okay. Excuse me. 6 players. Check, check. 3 checks, 7 checks, 8 checks. Checks all the way around. 1 checks, 2 checks, 3 checks, 7 checks, 8 checks,
Everybody's in this hand,
5 checks.
and nobody with much to show for it, to be honest with you. 10, 7, 7, 6, deuce. Honest Abe with the best 6 here at the river. Going to put in a very small bet, 15 into 60. Garrett C putting in a raise, makes it 50 bucks.
9 folds,
He's going to attack his buddy who lays it down. So nice raise. Nice little raise there from Garrett C. Takes down that pot.
20 straddle, 5.
Still 42 people hanging out and chat with us tonight late on a Wednesday night. It's 10:20 here in Austin, Texas. I know we've already done it, and I know a lot of you guys are watching from the East Coast, where it's an hour later. Most of you in the Carolinas or Georgia, I believe. But let me know where you're watching from if you are new to the chat tonight, or if you're still in here hanging out. We got a little bit more poker to show you. Probably another hour or so at least, if you're rooting on your friends in the game, or your family that's in the game. We appreciate that, and go ahead and give them a shout out in the chat if you want to. Appreciate each and every one of you tuning in and hanging out and just staying along for the ride.
Is that a purple chip?
What you can't do is urge someone to go on it because you know what'd be cool if you let them flop and fuck that guy.
Not tonight, Phil Governor. We did break that 600 subscriber mark. Super huge. What a milestone for us. So thank you guys for that as well. Appreciate each and every one of you tuning in tonight, and those of you that have subscribed in the past. It really does mean a lot. We do put a lot of work into putting these games together for you, both Sean and I, getting players for the games and making this happen twice a week for y'all, every Wednesday night and every Sunday afternoon. It's a lot of work. A lot goes into it. We have a big team in the production booth doing the audio and the visual with the cameras and the graphics for the hands that come in. It's a lot of work. It's a big production, so we do appreciate all of your guys' comments.
We got post-flop poker to play, boys.
As we see Lateralus and Leeortz playing a big one. Leeortz not quite all in. Still has 90 bucks remaining, it looks like. Leeortz with just ace high still. Ace deuce of hearts. Probably does not have enough money behind to make Lateralus fold. Really thinking over his options here. He does put it all in, and Lateralus just going to make the call. Speculative hand, maybe he's behind a king or a queen, but he does have a draw to the nuts. He's also holding that ace of clubs in his hand. Leeortz needs some help here. Needs a 3 to have the chop, or a deuce to win. They're going to run it twice. There he goes. Needs an 8 now also would help him. That's not going to do it. So now back to the same outs. Needs the 3 to chop. Now the 7 becomes an out. King, no good. Not going to do it. So Leeortz, still a nit button in front of him, getting stacked there.
Can you play a hand before then? Sure. No, we'll do it now. I'll put it in for you.
Yeah. I'll take it from Professor's stack.
Well,
I'll
shouldn't
win.
he
What?
be back to?
It looks like
He's not gonna.
Wait, Leo, don't you want to play the splash pad?
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
the end of the nit game. Professor
You don't just want to pay.
standing up, wondering.
Okay. Leo, how much do you want? Leo, I'll give you what you need. What do
Where
you
the
need?
splash pot is going to be.
You want 5 plus the 180?
5 plus the 180? Okay, so he's rebuying for 500, 180 going in the pot.
Give me 7.
I was gonna run out.
Oh, such a cool crowd. Just you owe me $700.
Leo owes you 7, you owe me 7. And then Stein, you owe me 3.
I'm not gonna pay you, but I know I owe. Don't try.
And Leeortz is back, so we've got the splash pot
I promise I'm good.
right now for you.
Oh, that's a good one. Professor knows where I live.
180.
Yeah, I'm coming to your house. $700. Professor hanging on the window.
Affiliate mob.
And so does that. 3 in the morning.
160 bucks going to the middle, 20 bucks going to Tanya,
Fucking win this.
courtesy of Leeortz. 8 seat.
Get it all in way behind.
And we got a
Suck
40
out.
straddle, seat 7.
You're such a fucking G, dude.
He loses a big hand
5,
and gets absolutely punished
Yeah.
right after.
Nasty rumors.
I gotta take care of Howard. It's
Alright.
not just.
8 folds.
Do I need a water?
You don't wish that
Sure thing.
on your worst enemy, I'll tell you that much. Not a fun place to be,
9
but
folds.
so many of us have been there before, so I feel his pain.
And 1 fold.
Can't do it 'cause we have the same game. Oh, my best friend
2
is though.
raises, 220.
Best friend.
Seat 3 folds.
Chris is never gonna get aces again.
I don't even need aces. I would like to just have M's
5 folds.
and jacks. That'd be nice.
Oh, you would like jacks, huh?
6 folds.
Penguin Viagra. You know?
No, Penguin Viagra is what we all need. You
And
can't even do
7
it.
Can't
folds.
even do it, was it? Yeah,
That's
I had
fine.
8, 9. That would have been
What we
something.
call awesome.
A leg of lamb tuning in from Charleston, South Carolina.
Alright, now it's
Like I said, a bunch of y'all over there.
buttons on Abraham. We're starting.
Appreciate y'all tuning in to a little live stream here in Austin, Texas.
I think it matters on the squash spot. Play.
I think absolutely, it's 100% agree with you.
I mean,
It was
he
kind,
would
but like if he doesn't have
We're
enough,
not, you know, if he wants to come back and work, for sure he's getting replaced by.
and I'm willing to offer him chips too, but also like it's every player's
Oh,
own
excuse me.
job to have access to
Alright, we got
chips
10
anyway.
straddle, 6
But
six.
don't feel too bad. It's good to sell some chips, so you can maybe
7
earn his
calls.
money back.
You knew this fold. Thank you so much. 8 folds.
Who won the squash spot? I did. Did we get to your hand or no?
9 folds.
What you got?
You showed ace queen.
$50.
1 raises to 50.
Garrett W now waking up with 7 deuce. Gonna play it. Gonna try and get that bounty from every player at the table. $25 extra from everybody at the table. Should he win with the 7 deuce?
Oh.
And I think it's gonna happen. Here it is. $25 coming in hot. 200.
One
I
over
actually wasn't here.
25.
It's a nice little pickup when you can get that 200 from everybody.
Alright, everybody see this? Breaking 100.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure everyone gives me 25 before I go.
Poor Leeortz, who
Yours is right
was
here.
dealt into that hand, forced to pay the
For the hookup, bro. No resistance.
tax for the 7 deuce.
Thank you.
Did you have any?
Yes, I did.
Gotta feel for that.
7
I
deuce.
did.
I liked it too because Abraham was like folding before I even ran his last good.
Hey, I was like, huh.
You're like, yeah.
Well, I guess if you said you wanted to punch me earlier, it hurt my feelings. I was like, can't gonna be nice. But,
The thing about it though is if he punches you, he's so fragile that it won't even hurt.
I'm not folding. I'm not folding. I can't fold.
9 raises to 40.
Mm-hmm.
1 fold.
Lateralus now, very playable 6-5 of diamonds. Garrett out of the way with the octo crab.
Thank you. 4 folds. 9 raised to 40. 1 folds. 2 calls. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Honest Abe, who made the call in the 2 seat with the king 10 of clubs, and Garrett C gonna come along with jack 10 of spades. So here we go.
7 checks.
Interesting flop here. Lateralus and Garrett both flop some gut shot straight draws. 2 hearts out on the board. Either player with a heart. Honest Abe, who's also in the hand, does not hold a heart either. Lateralus, though, who was the pre-flop raiser, going to continue telling his story here. Honest Abe does make the call, and so does Garrett C. Garrett C picking up some more outs by way of a king, and Honest Abe now picking up a gut shot of his own.
9 checks. And 2 checks.
That was a lot of fun. I mean, I know Stein was saying that you and him should do commentary, but like,
start heading up series.
Abraham, Garrett, how thinly can I value you?
Garrett C. getting there on the river with the king. Lateralus considering his options, though. Wondering, does he have any avenue for himself to get these players to fold and win with a worse hand? He does decide on making a bet. Wager is going to be $110. Honest Dave
That's every show. Every one of them.
with the king 10
And he has like girls at all.
did pair that river.
I mean, Professor, they always end up getting.
2 calls, 110.
What's he thinking now? He's going to make the call.
They're gonna be throwing themselves.
And now Garrett C. with the nut straight to Broadway.
What percentage of our viewership do you think is female? That isn't my mom.
One.
3 hearts on board.
1%?
One person.
Just going to make the call, not going to risk being beaten by a flush here.
Should have raised because you have the check.
You can't really blame him. Seems like the right thing to do 3 ways. Just make the call.
Yeah. I was confused. Alright, I
Like Lateralis betting there, kind of sets his own price and perhaps gets the other 2 guys in the hand to fold, but this time not going to work as he had hoped. Lateralis sitting on that big stack all night, only in for $400 and has much more than that in front of him. You can see in the 9 seat there. Nice little Nerds chip on top of that stack, that lavender purple chip. Doesn't that remind you of a little box of the grape Nerds? And look at that thing on top of that stack. Beautiful.
It was you and Abraham had a pot.
I knew it didn't feel right, but I couldn't remember.
3 raises.
Abraham had a pot. I
40.
forget what it was there because
4
I was
folds.
doing some commentary about it.
5 folds.
These guys. Always them.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 calls, 40. I got it. Thank you. And 2 calls, 40. 1 played.
I wasn't watching that.
Oh, I believe. I put my 10 in there. Okay, oh,
Then you put the 50
oh yeah,
out.
then I put the
Yeah, We'll have you. 6 checks. 8 checks.
100?
2 bets 100.
10-5 deuce flop. Honest Dave with a 10. Stein with a 10 as well. Better kicker at the moment. In great shape right now. 8 of spades does not really change anything.
2 folds, or 2 checks. 3 checks.
Something like that.
His mind was being blown.
We got a check.
Queen of Hearts, not really a scary card either.
3 checks back.
And Stein just going to take his showdown value and win this pot.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do him.
We got a 20 straw, seat 1.
I know.
He got me as backup.
I think it'd be fun to play like 10 cent, 25 cent.
No, in a way it was good because I was like really locked in, but in other ways it's like,
Oh yeah, now I remember.
2 folds. 3 folds.
I'm not.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 raises to 80.
Moving on to hand number 75 of the night. What do you guys think the over-under is for the hand number at which they start a new knit game? I think I'll say 3 hands from now. So, what, 78? I think that's a safe bet.
It's Abraham. Yeah. Bigger your blinkers than now.
Is it Ibrahim or Abraham?
It's Abraham, I think, but I say Abraham because I think it's funny. Be like, Ibrahim, honor your family?
I just love it.
I don't know why I think that's funny, but I think that is.
Because you use drugs, obviously.
Sometimes.
Because you're racist.
Just say Ibrahim instead of Abraham. Ibrahim is kind of like the Israeli way of saying Abraham. Nothing about Hitler, and not that there was some good stuff, okay? No, literally, Professor, that's what like Megan Kelly said the other day. That's what I'm parodying. Megan Kelly, she used to be a Fox commentator. I got put on the outs by Trump. So she's not with Fox. She was the one who said LeBron James should.
He also thinks you should be allowed.
Well, anyway, people have been comparing Trump to Hitler, right? And they've been saying certain things have been similar, and then she got on a podcast and was like, yeah, I mean, some of these things might be similar, but like, honestly, is Hitler even that bad? Like, Stalin was way worse, and like, Mao was like way worse. That was her justification. She was being what we call an apologist, a Hitler apologist.
So what she basically
By
did
saying
was,
that Stalin and Mao were worse than Hitler.
she asked
Like,
AI.
it's the public defense. If you're Chinese, probably Mao's the worst. If you're Russian, I think Stalin's not that great.
She asked Gronk. And it's
9
biased
raises to 120.
that Nazis aren't bad.
2 calls 120.
If you want like an effective form of leadership, guess you can see some positives or something. But anyway, pretty bad when you're unironically saying stuff like that.
6 calls 120. 7 folds.
So Lateralus put the squeeze on
8 calls.
here in this hand from the small blind with Queen Jack offsuit off his mega stack tonight in this game. Honest Abe just makes the call with pocket jacks, and watch out. Flopping a jack here. Lateralus with a pair of jacks as well, obviously.
9 check.
Does he want to continue telling a story here with 3 callers behind him? He does not decide to continue. Leeortz with gut shot to the wheel. 5 deuce. Decides to check it. 2 clubs on the turn.
9 checks. Okay, hold the action tag. Good? Okay. 9 check, C2 bets 100.
Graphic just now catching up with us there.
6 folds.
Lateralus checks. Honest Abe gonna bet $100. Pretty quick call from Leeortz now, who's in pretty rough shape. Gonna be looking for a 3 and a 3 only.
9 calls.
Lateralus not going to go anywhere, but he is drawing absolutely stone dead. 8 of diamonds on the river. So Leeortz does not get there. It's going to be Honest Abe that wins this hand.
2 bets 500.
Decides to put a $500 bet out on the river. 500 into almost 800. Leeortz with just a pair of 2s now.
8 folds.
He Does make the fold. Lateralus thinking this one over.
33. About to turn 34 in a month.
Looks like he's leaning call pretty immediately. Just based on his body language, the things that he's portraying. Looks like he's looking at his chips. Wanting to keep Honest Abe honest.
Second part gets choked, it's off.
Yeah, exactly. My parents would be like, oh, they said dang or shoot or something. It's off.
It would be a losing call should he make it. And Lateralis, who is in for $400 on the day, started this hand with just over 4,000 in his stack. Would take a pretty big hit here.
It was unbelievable. That is the classic.
I couldn't play Grand Theft Auto, so I just played Bully instead.
He really is thinking it over. You know what they say about when you're thinking like this? They say, think long, think wrong. There he goes. He makes the call. Well, not quite. There's the call. And, yeah, he's going to see the bad news. Set of jacks. Way good. So, Honest Abe. As we approach the 11 o'clock hour, almost 4 hours into the stream tonight, Honest Abe making big hand there.
I'll play the pot bigger than my stacks. Can we play
Here
pots?
in the straddle to 40.
Alright, we got a straddle 20, C4.
Will, straddle 40 right now.
40 of you watching in the live chat still. We're live on location here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas.
Oh, bring it back.
40 watching, but only 16 likes on the stream. So do me a big favor right now. Everybody all at once, back out of the chat. Just go hit the thumbs up. It's free. I won't ask any more tonight. I just want to see at least 25 likes on this stream. Come on, I know we can do that. Appreciate each and every one of you watching from all over the country, especially all of those from South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. A bunch of you guys over there tuning in today. A lot of support for the guy sitting down there on his purple shirt with the shades, Sir Flat White.
I was gonna do it.
Go on and like the stream for us. It really does help us out, guys. I know it sounds corny, but we gotta do what we gotta do, man.
Raises to 200.
Philly Murph doing what he's got to do. Makes it 200 with Queen Jack of Spades here.
8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold.
I believe the straddle was to, for sure it's to 20. Was it up to 40? Yeah, Flat White did make it 40. Does he wake up with a hand is the question. He does not. He has 9 deuce offsuit.
Five folds.
200 bucks, good enough to take it down for Philly Murph. Love to see it.
No one in your generation should be retired.
I made it back.
So you can straddle.
Listen, man,
I want to imagine that you heard me.
If you ask, you shall receive.
So. Actually, I hope I get ace tonight. Chris gets king.
Taylor Scarborough saying that they'd like and subscribe if I can find out who Flat White's barber is, but I'll tell you what, as a fellow flow master, hair like that does not need a barber. That is all natural, baby.
I never had aces, but I did hit a straight flush in the spot where I should be getting killed.
Yeah. 8
Only reason I saw it, put it back out.
Billy, we're playing big tonight, boys. Where's Sam or Henry? They're missing
Leeortz
out.
finally getting a little love here. Pocket Kings makes the call.
9 calls.
I'm gonna fold. I don't want to.
One
I
fold.
feel like this is gonna look stupid.
2
I'm probably
folds.
gonna squeeze.
I doubt it.
3 folds.
Not like I'm forcing you to.
For a moment, I thought I was going to, and then
4
Because of
folds.
the, yeah. And then you
Professor folding his mystery hand. Flat White in the straddle.
can't even call.
$20 straddle.
You can't even put $24.
With 5 deuce. Gets out of the way.
What if you have deuces?
6 option check.
letting him
sevens. When Murph, no, when Murph did it 200.
Four players.
Oh,
It's a 3-4-5 flop. Garrett C.
Seven check.
Gut shot to the 7 and a gut shot with his ace. Should a deuce come? Lateralus with an ace as well.
yeah, but it was literally within genuine blind min raise, but I can't do it.
Leeortz not going to let this one check through. He is going to put a bet out $85.
It's that I know he probably has a hand, so more often than not, it's helping.
Garrett will see one. He does make the call.
Got a check dark to seat 8.
Yeah, I hate Arsenal.
He turned to 7.
The hell?
Leeortz needs to continue betting here. There's the bet, $150. Gonna keep Garrett C interested for sure.
Got a check dark to seat 8 again. To the river. And check back. Sean Kings.
Was a Queen of Hearts river, goes check, check. Leeortz taking that one down, winning a $664 pot.
Yeah.
Have not talked about Leeortz winning a hand in some time tonight, so. Much needed for that man.
So funny. In the first day game, I predicted.
And there we go. Nip buttons are coming out. It may have been a hand or two off on the number that I chose for the players. However, I knew it was an inevitable that it would happen again. As we see Philly Murph with the double straddle on the 20s out there. So we are going into hand number 80.
No.
7 fold.
Never again.
8 fold.
It's gonna happen again.
9
Unless I
fold.
retire.
Not this year, not next year.
1 raises to 100.
Happen this year. As long as I don't lose
2 folds.
$500 more tonight.
3 folds.
Only shooting for 3,499.
4 folds.
I'm gonna round up.
5 folds.
I'm looking for a reason to retire. So it's close. Okay.
And 6 folds.
Fire walk, baby.
What are you gonna do next?
The Penguin Viagra.
2 over.
Why am I throwing that?
Yeah,
to you?
I don't know.
I meant to throw you that one.
Thank you.
You ever seen a penguin hard? Neither have I. Penguin Viagra. Right? They're walking around without clothes all the time. You said you have, Stein? Keep that to your fucking self.
I don't think. I think it would be vulnerable to cold. So I think the
That's what I'm
anatomy is
saying.
different. What did you do at the zoo? All kinds of people that
Keeping the
Previous 30 had as a zookeeper.
seeing erect penis from a penguin.
know why that response was funny.
Using penguin Viagra.
7 folds.
Shut up. Really?
Abraham, do you know why?
Why?
1 raises to 175.
Remember when I used to do that?
2 folds. 3 folds.
So as a
4
zookeeper,
folds.
do you like have to feed all the animals or like specific people
5
feed?
folds.
I mean, everybody's gonna section.
6 folds.
Did you rotate
And 8
sections?
calls. 175.
I mean, I
We're
could
at the-
feed most animals, but I didn't have a radio shut. There were certain ones you could pull around technically. They're like,
I feel like there would be like some type of hierarchy.
mainly just the fish and the birds. Used to handle a lot of birds. I didn't fuck with snakes that much.
Check. And then 8 checks.
Which zoo? Last question, I promise. Virginia Living Museum in Newport News, Virginia, and then Norfolk Zoo. Also good.
1 is all.
I was an intern for a couple summers.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Thursday, right? I think so. Yeah, that makes sense. Fucking stupid shit I've ever done. You want me to
call you?
I
or
was
do you
getting
want me
yelled
to
at like I
do
was getting paid.
All in for
Then I realized that I could just go get a job and get yelled
much
at
is it?
and paid.
Six,
So I just got
694.
a job.
Good luck.
Don't work internships where you just you're not gonna get paid to get the job, and also you're not gonna get paid to tell you.
I'd like to feel like you're like full of shit right now, buddy. Even though, I don't know. I really want to call you so badly. Oh my god, I'm sorry to talk about this forever. All it would take is just this chick flying that way. Golly. I know you're bluffing. That's the worst part about this. That's just a great bet. Alright, I'm gonna fold.
Alright, fold.
Make me hurt. Make it hurt. Yeah. You were waiting. You were ahead. You were. Oh, I was ahead.
Thank you.
You had a knit button. though.
One of those two things was true.
Did you have a knit button?
No.
No, that was the other thing I was thinking about. I don't know, I just go with my first instinct. I gotta go with my first instinct every time. I don't know why I doubt myself. It's so
What's
frustrating.
the chance he goes all in again?
That was so frustrating.
7%.
I should have just gone with my instinct.
Listen to full now.
8 calls.
Just possibly happened.
I don't know how I pulled it there. I don't know what happened.
9 raises to 40.
It's a really big bet. It's 1.5
I
times.
know, and I should have called.
Fold.
I should
It
have.
looks pretty fucking flat.
2 calls, 40.
I said I wanted to call, and I should have.
I was like, fuck, shoving Miller, really bluffing. I'm gonna
4
fucking do it.
Did your voice go down in your head like that?
5
You probably would have got there.
calls, 40.
I had a lot of outs.
Well, the way I've been
But I
running,
don't
I've been running
Some.
rather poorly
2
tonight.
calls, 40.
Put it that way.
Oh yeah, he hit a queen.
4 fold.
Another out. You could just fold.
6 check.
Okay.
It's a big out.
Maxed out.
Check.
I was out on the
Thank you.
What does this smell like?
Probably
It's like
wrong.
noodles.
Yeah. 9 bets, 50. We all saw something different.
It smells kind of like Kraft mac and cheese.
Okay, 2 fold.
That was the best fight, though.
6 calls,
see
50.
it.
And 8 folds. Or heads up.
Chris, you calling there, buddy? I'm calling. I should have called.
I didn't take those
6
pins
bets,
in my hand.
125.
I did.
Oh no, I was high as fuck.
I don't know. That's a tough one, isn't it?
Philly Murph now making a flush as I walk back into the room.
Alright, 9 calls, 125. To the river.
Puts a bet out there. Lateralis makes the call with the 8.
He probably gets thrown in the river on me, though.
Philly Murph still best. Queen 7 of clubs on a paired board. 2 3s out there. It is a 9-8-3-3 deuce board. 3 clubs.
6 bets.
Philly Murph probably not too worried in this spot of
9 folds.
being up against a full house. And Lateralis lays it down very quickly, even given that he has a knit button in front of him.
I'm not a flush. I was filled up in a Murph.
You never leave naked.
If you had had $2 on your cards, you probably would have just.
he never loses these games, so I don't know what
Got a
turns
20
he never.
straddle.
It was this one,
Another.
yeah, you never lose these
Oh
games.
my god. Oh.
270. Alright, 20 straddle. One fold. Two folds. Three folds. Four folds.
Maybe I was
5 raises to 75.
never any good at poker. Maybe I just was running top for 2 months.
Yeah.
You have an input for poker?
I'm watching your streams.
I have a picture
Running hot.
Sorry. 6 calls,
Running all
75.
your hands through a solver. It is not looking good.
Which one?
The best solvers. They're all saying the same thing. Red flag. Red flag. Huh.
I think you're just not putting in the notes correctly. It's telling you your hand cannot be.
7
I
raises
used to win.
to 200.
Maybe the
I
game
used to watch you win.
Maybe the game is
Pass
passing
you by.
Yeah.
9
Yeah,
folds. 5 folds.
Oh, man. So be true. Kids nowadays are so good. It's really like Daniel's rise is kind of like your fall. It's like you're seeing two poker careers like pass each other.
Monday will be the real death knell.
Monday is the heads up map.
Alyssa Taylor in the chat saying she wasn't expecting to see a dog. Yeah, one great thing is here at Red Star,
And we got to check
dogs
the dog.
are welcome. Occasionally you might see one pop in or out. Philly Murph up against it. Garrett C holding the pocket aces, 2 red ones.
Text me when it is, I'll come watch.
10, 10, 5,
I'll do that too.
all black. Flop. Philly Murph checks. Garrett checks back. 8 of diamonds does not change anything. Philly Murph going to go
Oh, are they from the lot?
ahead and bet here. Thinks it's a pretty safe card for him. 150's the bet. Quick raise coming from Garrett C. 500 now.
You're gonna double hit him right now. Put all the wrong markings.
And then the craziest thing is, I told that to Daniel, and he's gonna pay me double what the professor pays me, but I'm just not gonna do it, and the professor's gonna win. He's a crazy good player.
Philly Murph in a bit of a precarious spot. Lays it down. Does not think he's getting bluffed there, even though Garrett had the knit button.
The heads up game is like
Good lay down, Murph.
rolling everybody.
Thought Murph was going to have a pretty good night tonight, based on the way things seem to start out.
I watch, he's on the line.
He was having a decent session. May have been in for 2 buy-ins, I don't recall, but
Fourth hand, he folded jack free play.
has definitely gone downhill for him here in the last 45 minutes or so, unfortunately.
I folded 10s the other stream. I was
Part of playing poker, if you're going to come out here and play at the tables, you got to be ready to handle the swings,
nines to Philly Murph. I almost
handle the ups and downs of poker. Professor with the ace-6 of diamonds. I think we might see a big hand here. Biggest hand of the night so far went to our friend Lateralus in the 9 seat,
Depends on which way you're
winning
going.
a
Trying to go up the ramp.
almost $5,000 pot,
It's fine until you start wobbling.
multi-way pot. And here we go. We are going to see a pretty big hand here. Garrett C making the call with pocket 8s. Leeortz wakes up in the big blind with ace-king of spades, and he's going to bump it up big. Really like this sizing from Leeortz as well. Makes it 300 bucks out of position. 5x Professor's initial open with 1 caller to his right and Garrett C. Garrett C sitting on the second biggest stack of the night, I think, at the moment with $3,100.
It's an amazing feeling though when you haven't played a hand and then you open and they're like, nah, I don't care.
Pocket 8s.
And then they have like 7.
Definitely a
No, all day.
good enough hand to be making the call at the very least, but Leeortz only has 620 behind. We're going to be playing for 920 effectively. We might as well just put it in right now if we're going to play, right?
And I'll tell you, there's still plenty of action.
Garrett C doing a little inventory, thinking it over.
Honestly, Professor,
No, y'all are heads up.
I was telling that to Dan.
So you can always ask me what I have.
I'm gonna ask every hand now.
I'm not sure if he was saying that he didn't realize it was on him or if he's just acting like he didn't realize it.
Bluffing in a 7 deuce? Yeah. They were like tanking. You were like, hey, do you have a good hand, by the way?
There it is. Says all in. Leeortz going to make the call. We're not folding this here.
I think in tournaments you can, right?
We did see 2 aces gone already. Professor had the ace 6 of diamonds. Flat white, I believe, folded ace 10. Just to Professor's single raise, if I remember correctly. Leeortz really taking his time with this knit roll here.
Raise to 300, he's all in, and
I'll give him a pass because he's been getting pretty slaughtered tonight, but
Say it again.
ace king suited. We're not folding.
try to fold it 200.
There we go.
Okay. All right.
We've got a big flip here. Almost $2,000 pot. One of the bigger pots we've seen tonight. We really haven't seen a ton of carnage tonight.
Pull that back. That's your 60. Still wanting to get
I think Leeortz is deserving of this pot here. See what happens. There's an ace and 2 spades. It's pretty locked up at this point. Garrett needs
know if there's the 8
2 to chop or 1-8 remaining to win. An 8 of spades. Does not come, so Leeortz, much needed double up, gets rid of his knit button. He was holding his breath there, folks. You could tell.
Would have made poker news.
You would have been like, gross.
In other poker news, Leeortz kisses local poker.
Yeah, Taylor, very good fold by flat white in 5 seat there. Although I think
First time commentator.
was the river a 10? Might have been a 10. Now that I think about it, I think it was. Flat white, if we're being results oriented, would have taken that pot down. Would have been a $3,000+ pot.
Yeah, not lately.
I'm the 10 now. I'm the 3.
All the Leeortz and the fans in the chat are going crazy now. Love to see it.
Sorry, I did move it twice.
And we are winding it down, folks. Coming to the end of the night. We've got a little over 30 minutes left with you.
Negotiating the knit text in my brain.
I get what you're trying to, you know, how I could work with that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty tired tonight, guys.
Yeah, you're right. Professor would stop. I figured at the home games nonsense.
2 calls. 3 raises to 50.
Stein finally playing some hands. Ace king. Good enough for him. Professor right behind him making the call with a knit button as well. Lateralus, let's see what he decides to do. He's going to get out of the way.
A knit battle? I hope
Garrett
y'all
W.
stop.
out of the way, and Honest Dave in there with the Jack 9 of clubs. Not a bad flop for Jack 9. Comes 10-10-8. No clubs, however. Stein with the Ace of Hearts, Professor with the Queen of Hearts, and now another 10 on the turn. This is really anybody's pot now at this point. Whoever stabs at it is going to take this one more than likely. Professor knows that Stein has been very tight tonight. No need to get out of line with the King Queen. Honest Dave, however, with tons of outs, making the call. River comes the 5 of diamonds. Honest Abe checks. Stein checks. Stein not going to lose this knit game. Going to win a small pot again. Kind of been his MO tonight. He's been very quiet.
Who's that guy that says combinations like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times.
You sound like one of those buzzards off.
How much Adderall did Garrett take before the stream.
Is that a Virginia
Clear
Tech
the
hat
Adderall
that
you take before
Stein is
this, man,
wearing?
it's not prescribed, so I can't.
I'm not privy to
And I would only do
I
vitamins.
love you the most though when you're
some of these things. However,
When I'm losing, I'm not like
all I can
that.
think about if I see
I'm
VT
up $100 or
is, isn't that the
$200
abbreviation of
You're
Vermont, the state? Or am I incorrect about that? Somebody in the chat right now, let me know if I'm smart or if I'm really dumb. And go.
male affection. Come in here, buddy. I'm just kidding.
And you just call already.
He doesn't like it, does he? He doesn't like it.
Call, okay.
I'm very comfortable in who I am. I like it the ladies. What do you want from me?
I like the ladies.
I like them the ladies.
9 chumps. 1 bet's 25.
$50 in the pot. It's $10 from each player as it went 5 ways, and we see a queen 8-3, 2 diamonds on this flop, and everybody
8 raises to 225.
with a big piece of this one, so watch out. We've got action. Garrett C and Lateralus with the same hand, holding queen jack on this queen high board. Leeortz going to be putting in a 3-bet here on the flop from the button with the ace queen. Garrett with just a pair of 8s, and likely will be able to find an exit, especially depending on Lateralus's decision here. But Honest Abe has the nut flush draw here. Could get spicy.
You're a huge friggin' man,
So good fold by Lateralis. Garrett following suit. Honest Abe, though, not going anywhere. Garrett C now getting good price to continue. Gonna need a jack. Does not come. So Leeortz with the best of it right now. Checks to him. Like to see him put out a big bet here, something like 600 to be honest, 500-600. He does go 500. Honest Abe. Calling chips are in the middle almost immediately. And Garrett C makes the call right behind him. We have a huge pot developing here. Leeortz a huge favorite right now. Honest Abe looking for a diamond. And there it is. Honest Abe hitting the diamond, makes the nut flush on the river. Picks up some chips. Puts a bet out there. The bet's 800, guys. How much do you want it? Garrett C makes the fold. Leeortz makes the fold. Very quick fold. Very intuitive by Leeortz. Although Abe still had his knit button in front of him. This is a very good fold.
Good hand, bud. Appreciate it, boss. I mean, yeah.
Honor to your family.
I was surprised. I didn't know if I jam there, you still call, probably, right? Yeah.
But you can run it 3 times.
You had me crying on exactly what I had.
Smart.
4 calls 10.
Tony G move.
Never lie about
Very
that.
interesting.
5 raises to 45.
He didn't look either.
6 folds.
Will you have to be honest?
7 folds.
How many times did you do it? Once or twice? Because you look back because it was so good.
8 calls 45.
Complex question.
Leeortz, who I thought played that hand
Complex answer. Let's hear it.
pretty well, to be honest. Does not get a favorable river. And here we see Stein in the mandatory straddle with a mandatory squeeze hand. He's going to make it 300 to go.
4 folds. 5 folds.
And that ought to convince all of these other players to get out of the way. It does. Stein going to pick up $190 in dead money there.
20.
20 or 25?
20.
20, okay. 20 straddle, seat 5.
You know how they have this conversation where you're like, oh, it's so bad. It's like, weird, oh, it is bad. I'm like, yeah.
2, 3. What did I do? 3. Oh, am I? What's up?
No, I was seeing how he mixed.
Gotcha.
Treat.
20 straddle.
It's like the 10th time I'm like, any paint on anything black on the river would be gravy.
6 raises to 80.
80?
7 folds.
God,
8 folds.
it's a diamond come out.
9 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
Sometimes you're the bug, and sometimes you're the car.
3 folds.
Stein, I thought, was going to
Fold.
get out of line potentially with the 4-3 there, but does not.
Oh, it didn't show.
How late did you guys play last night? How late did you guys play last night? It's 11, right?
7:30 is usually.
So I guess we're just going to try to fish the nickname.
Wait, another one.
Definitely.
Oh, there's another one in play for sure.
Only a couple of nit buttons remain
Unless.
as we move on to hand 89.
Because Dan on Professor.
Lateralus, with all the chips in front of him, still has one. Professor still has one as well.
So that was just recent. Way
6 calls. 7
He
folds.
didn't want to be cleared out today. Yeah, I had
8 folds.
That's the ultimate. Me too. I want to be retired. Let's go, Bill. Austin's actually
9 raised. 55.
Alright, you can do it.
unhoused.
1 fold. 2 calls. 55. 2 folds. 4 folds.
The guy does not.
5 calls. 55. And 6 calls.
Oh, they're trapping you.
4 players. 5 checks. 6 checks. 9 checks and 2 checks.
Flat white with the 5-4 of clubs here. Flops
6 checks.
a monster, turns, more outs.
9 checks. 2 checks.
Lateralus, Philly Murph, and Honest Abe really with nothing working for him. If Flat White can put in a bet here, he's going to take this one down, I think. Philly Murph with the only plausible hand to make a call with the 8, but 2 players behind him. $75 may just not be enough. No, it is not. Philly Murph with the call pretty quickly.
2 folds.
Lateralis makes the fold. Abe gets out of there. Philly Murph going to pick up a small pot.
No show.
So you have 7 or an 8?
Seven calls. 8 folds. 9 folds. One
Garrett W. now. Ace Queen of clubs.
2 folds.
Hand number 90. Couple of nit buttons still out there. Uh-oh, watch out, guys.
Raises to 2
Stein waking up with Ace King.
4 folds.
No nit buttons between these two players. Only 3 nit buttons remain between Professor, Flat White, and Lateralis, I believe.
8 folds. Back to 1.
Garrett a decision to make. Ace queen of clubs is definitely not going to be a fold. Jack 7-7. Nothing for either player here. Garrett, though, unbeknownst to him, should like this flop by way of some chop outs should a jack come out. Two hearts on the turn, neither player with a heart in their hand, so it does not change really anything. Definitely makes the texture a little bit different, but see how concerned either player is with that. Stein gonna put Garrett W to the test now. Garrett just makes a fold, so good fold by Garrett. Not really a pot he's willing to fight for with just ace high, especially ace queen of clubs there. Would be interesting to know, though, in that spot if Garrett had ace queen with the ace of hearts or the queen of hearts, if that would become a call for him. I would think surely with the ace of hearts, but still a bit of a gamble. One card to come. Does seem like this Nick game has lasted quite a while. Lateralus waking up with a Broadway ace here. And I like this from Garrett. Lateralus opens +1 with a nit button in front of him. Garrett recognizing the nit button in front of him. Puts in the 3-bet with pocket sixes. Some players probably not finding 3-bets with hands like sixes in this spot and in early position, but Garrett W making it work nonetheless. Gonna put Lateralus in a interesting spot.
I feel like I have to give you 6 because I know he would if he wasn't the one.
Alright, we got a call for 155. Alright, we got an all-in dark from C9, okay? Same thing.
10-5 deuce flop. Lateralus is going to make the pair to his 10. Garrett behind with a pair of sixes does get it in on the flop. Looking for a 6 is Garrett. Only one remains. Not going to come, so Lateralus stacking Garrett W. Late in the stream, we're approaching some of the final hands of the night.
I'm never folding diamonds.
Lateralus gets rid of his nit button there as well.
I noticed that.
Okay, that's pretty bad. I'm not getting a lot of good hands. I get to
Why do you keep
complain.
putting so many chips out?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm winning, but just some bad hands flops good twice.
Watch out. We've got potential for a pot here. Honest Abe limps in with the ace queen of diamonds. Professor with a nit button bumps it up 50 bucks. Flat white on the button with ace jack makes it 225. And Leeortz now waking up with ace king buckle up. Leeortz says all in. Here we go. Professor's indifferent here, but flat white did not want to hear the all-in from Leeortz. And Honest Abe now, who limped in and has very much underrepresented his hand strength. Does he want to make the call? Honest Abe. A very good hand, suited as well. Very hard to fold a suited ace-queen at this point.
What's up, brother?
Alright, we got all in. Deep 2.
There it is. There's the rip. 5-bet rip from Honest Abe. Leeortz in great shape now.
But he does have diamonds.
No,
no diamonds. He does have diamonds.
I'll see you guys later. Let me get my stuff. Nice play.
They're running it one time. 2,500 bucks in the middle. Honest Abe needs some diamonds or a queen. Needs a queen only on this river. Otherwise, Leeortz will double up. He does.
Finally, the diamonds did
So Leeortz now
You're still like 2,000 ahead up on me.
winning a $2,500 pot almost. One of the biggest of the night.
1,000 what?
Perhaps the second biggest, if I'm remembering correctly, barring
Do you have jacks, brother?
Lateralus's big $5,000 pot earlier tonight.
I had ace jack. Ace jack.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, ace jack offsuit.
Oh my god. I was like,
Listen, man, my mom's watching, dude.
oh, I guess
You got him in with Alan Jackson in that spot?
Straddle 20.
Raise, get re-raised, jam, jam. And no one has a pick. We got a game.
We're moving into hand number 93, probably about 10-15 minutes left in the stream tonight as we are winding it down. Flat white still with his knit button. Professor still with his.
20 calls. Oh, wait. 5 calls 20.
this is gonna retire.
20 calls on.
Yeah.
The day that Chris is not playing a poker game,
Professor seems unbothered tonight by
20. 8 gold.
his lack of playable hands, his lack of winning any of his playable hands
9 calls 20.
aside from getting them.
Got a check.
Chris, let's do it, guys. Who's got what?
7 checks.
10-6-3 flop. Garrett C still in the lead with pocket sevens.
5 checks.
Lateralus with the ace-jack offsuit that he just called pre-flop. Deuce on the turn. It's not really change
9 checks.
all that much. Flat white picks up a straight draw, going to be looking for a 4. Philly Murph also a straight draw, looking for a 5 on the river. You see 2 of those gone in Flat White's hand.
I go 85.
I know. Speed limit is 70.
6 gold. 7 calls 55.
Garrett C making the call after Flat White put a $55 bet out there.
1 gold.
Lateralus gets out of there. Garrett W, I believe, got out of there.
7 checks.
I'm so confused at this point with all these Garretts, man. It's crazy.
5 checks back.
It goes check, I believe, and Flat White not going to win that one. Unable to get rid of his knit button there. Pocket sevens take it down. Push the chips to Garrett C in the 7 seat.
Thank you.
don't even like spoon and watch like Will and Grace?
I mean, here's the thing, like, you know, like,
How come you never invited me, man? What the hell?
Come on, dude, you don't give me that energy. He's got that energy.
Oh no! What is that? Oh no! What is happening? What does that mean?
I don't know. I kind of just want to dominate.
Whoa!
Wow.
Mic working or? Sean, get the
Professor
mic.
now with a playable hand, ace-3 of diamonds. He has his knit button still.
Look at how red he's getting.
what do you think Floyd thought
Bumps it
about
up, 40 to go.
Chris knows that I talk
Who gives
a
a
lot
shit
of
about Floyd? What do you think?
Over the $10 straddle.
I really do. I've been very tame here every time I've done. Normally I'm a complete degenerate.
Flat white just folding.
40.
8-6 in the muck.
You gotta buy me dinner first.
Alright. I like see now. That's a
Not
good.
scared to pay the knit tax should he be the knit.
Yeah. 5 folds, 6 calls, 40.
See a call from Philly Murph with queen 5 of clubs. A call from Garrett C with 7 deuce of clubs. Leeortz waking up with pocket queens now.
9 folds. 1 fold.
Makes it 250, 240, excuse me. Shows his neighbor, shows Lateralus, hey, look what I got. Maybe trying to make it look to the table as if he's holding something like 7 deuce if they were to pick up on it. 240 a lot to get after it here for Philly Murph. He does make the fold. Garrett C follows suit, folds the 7 deuce. It's going to be heads up between Leeortz and Professor. Professor in rough shape right now. Looks like he just needs an ace and an ace only. 10-10-4, not going to be of assistance. Suspect Professor to just fold. Leeortz to bet and Professor to just fold. Leeortz, I'd like to see something like 275, but just going to put Professor all in instead.
And we got a fold.
Why not? Doesn't make a huge difference when Professor only has 765 behind.
I showed him, so I showed
So,
her.
Sean Queen.
Perhaps a little bit of value
5 adding 3.
can be left out on the table when Professor actually has a holding like
Chris, I try to really polarize myself.
ace queen,
I don't want you to retire.
ace king, pocket eights. Some of those types of hands. Obviously, ace 3 was likely going to be a fold for almost any amount.
Yeah, it don't matter if we get it all in.
Yeah, C5
Leeortz perhaps leaving a little bit of meat on the bone versus
4,000.
some of Professor's other holdings that get to the flop in that hand.
Tell them I'm cheating.
Okay, he's cheating.
That way it's cheating. Just make
300.
sure his mom
He
knows.
has a total of $1,000.
Make sure his mom knows he's cheating.
Right. It's 1,000.
90.
All right, 3 folds.
Oh my god.
4 raises to 30.
What'd you say about my mom?
5 raises to 90. Huh?
North Carolina, West Virginia, not the same thing.
6 folds. 7 folds. $90.
And Leeortz wakes up with aces very next hand. Sir Leeortz on quite the heater.
All right, calls 90.
He's going to slow play it on the button. I love this here.
9 folds. C1.
Always a risk when we make something like this. Or when we do something like this, I should say. But we'll find out if it works out for him. Professor rips it all in for Professor Leeortz, making the call on the button, and it is going to pay off wonderfully.
709.
Flat white folding pretty quickly with the 8-5. Now Leeortz reaching for chips. Gonna put Honest Abe all in. But Honest Abe not gonna be making the call with 9 high. Professor in rough shape now. And unhappy to see that Leeortz flatted the button with aces.
Sorry, I know.
Professor thought that he had found a great spot to steal. And he did. However, just runs into it. As look into the chat, see Ben Post tuning in. What's up, buddy? How are you doing? And Professor does turn some outs, but they're not going to come. So Leeortz taking down a $1,700 pot as we are winding down this evening. Leeortz, who looked to be in rough shape Seemed like he could not win a hand for the longest time tonight. Now sitting on almost $4,000 in his stack.
Sorry.
Alright.
Put 1,000 on here. Oh, well, okay. Okay, then I'm gonna add on 500.
500.
Too smart.
Professor grabbing a few chips for his rebuy here.
Just straddle for 100. It'll work out.
Deal, go fuck yourself. Alright, I'll straddle.
Alright, straddle 20.
That way.
Alright, 5
You
folds.
fold it, I thought it was home free.
6 folds. 7 folds 20.
And number 96, we are winding it down. Garrett C makes the call for $20. Professor in the straddle, the $20 straddle. Garrett C with the Queen Jack of clubs. Leeortz makes the call with the 8-7 of clubs. Professor gonna check his option with the 8-4 of diamonds. Looking for some help. No help on that board. Does have backdoor diamonds and backdoor straight possibilities, but Garrett C with a pair of jacks right now.
8 folds. 4 folds.
And his bet's just going to get the job done. Professor not chasing in that spot.
I didn't have the heart, so I didn't want to start with 2 hearts.
With the trappy trap.
Well, it was a big risk, and you have to do sometimes, you know how it goes. But there's, it worked with the king, so I figured why not try with aces, you know, already.
Hand 97, and I believe we are winding down to the last couple of hands for the night.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Still knit buttons remaining.
8 folds.
This might be the hand where
9 folds.
we get rid of the last knit button and we see somebody pay up here. We will see the splash pot. And I believe that'll be the last hand of the stream once we see a splash pot. That way we get a little bit of closure for the viewers out there. Oh, Professor wakes up with ace jack. That's going to be an all-in. There it is, all in. Flat white. Cards go in the muck with the octo crab. Honest Abe makes the fold. Stein eyeing Professor's stack, but not going to make the call. So Professor not going to lose the knit game. Going to hold on to that $200. And it'll be flat white at the end of the night, paying the $200 for the knit tax. And this is going to be the last hand of the night. We will see some resolve and see who wins this splash pot. Again, thank you all for tuning in. 37 people still watching. We really appreciate that. It's been a big night. It's been really fun. I've had a lot of fun hanging out with all you guys in the chat, keeping me busy. A bunch of new viewers tonight that I haven't interacted with before, so that's been awesome. We appreciate each and every one of you. And we've got a splash pot, $180 in the middle. Philly Murph has the $20 straddle on. Lateralus. King 7 of diamonds. Just going to make the call here. Garrett W. 9-7 of clubs going to make the call. Honest Abe with King 9 off. Going to make the call from the button. Stein's out of there. Professor with the octo crab. Does not want to get involved. Flat white. Puts $10 in to defend his splash pot chips. Philly Murph going to check. $104 in the middle. Going to a 5-way pot. Well, $104 from the players. There's actually extra $180 in this pot. So $284 as it comes 9-6 deuce. Honest Abe flopping top pair, king kicker. Garrett W flopping top pair with a 7 kicker. Garrett gonna go 300 into 284, so just about pot size bet. Gets called by Honest Abe. Honest Abe keeping him honest here. Garrett needs some help. Needs a 7 And a 7 only right now. 10 does give him some life, however. A chance to make a straight with an 8. Garrett now puts it all in. 446 is the amount to be requested. And a quick call from Honest Abe, who is in great shape to take down this pot, the last pot of the night. Almost $1,600 in the pot. Garrett looking for a 7 or an 8. Only 3 outs remain of the 7 available total. Can he hit a 3-outer? And he cannot. So Garrett loses last hand of the night. And we will see Honest Abe taking that pot down. That's it for us tonight on the stream. These guys are going to play a little bit, it seems like. Very welcome sight. We love that. But happy to have you all around. Here's the VPIP numbers. Stein, abysmally low. Garrett C, 50%. Abe, 48. Keller left us 38%. I mean, all these guys up there in the 30s. Very respectable. Lots of action, as you have seen. And here's our cumulative winnings. Lateralus, the big winner, up $2,500, almost $2,600. Honest Abe up $1,300. Garrett C up $800. Stein up $560. Keller left us up $400. Leeortz made a huge comeback, basically back to even. Flat white, a small loser, down $500. Professor and Garrett W and Philly Murph all down a little over $1,300, $1,700, $1,900 respectively. So nobody getting too torched tonight, but lots of action as always here at Red Star. Appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in as always. I am your commentator, Cameron Mixon, and I will see you again next Wednesday at 7 p.m. Remember, we do not have a stream this Sunday because you guys are going to be watching the Super Bowl. We know you're not going to be watching us play poker, so forget about it. But we'll see you next Wednesday night. How about that? All right. Have a good night.